right. Good evening. Welcome. I call to order the Lake Havasu City Council meeting on Tuesday, January 13th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. Happy New Year. This is our first meeting of 2026, and thank you all for being here. We're going to have our invocation by Chaplain B. Evans, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by the Lake Havasu Chiefs Cheer.
Well, Happy New Year. Isn't this a wonderful time to bless our city and our employees? Let's do that. Heavenly Father, we just love you, and we're so grateful that you know us, that you control the things that we can't. We thank you, Father, that you're here tonight, because it sounds like this is going to be an important thing where we need lots of yeses and lots of nos, whatever is truly on hearts. And I thank you, Lord, that you're so faithful to us. Lord, I do lift up our employees, the city, our fire, our chief, all of the people that work within those departments, Lord, and the thousands of other employees that we have all over this city. And Father, I know you're blessing them and you're blessing their families. I thank you for the city council. I thank you, Father, that they do read all the stuff before they get here, and they know exactly what's going on, and they ask intelligent questions. So, Father, I know it's because they ask for your wisdom in all of this. So I ask a blessing on them tonight, that their yes would surely be yes and their no would be no. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And if you just want to make your way to the podium and face the dais on the microphone and share a little bit about your organization.
Hi, my name is Kylie. I am 13, and I've been doing the Lake Havasu City Chiefs cheer for about 7 years. This will be my 8th year doing it, and something that I really like about it is that you get to meet new people across the city, and the fact that you can learn to try to get out of your shell more, and you can learn how to get more confidence from it.
Hi, my name is Audrey. I'm 7 years old. I've been doing cheer for 1 year, and my favorite thing is stunts.
Fantastic.
So these are one of my amazing cheerleaders. My name is Vanessa Condra. I am the cheer director and board member, one of the board members for the Lake Havasu Chiefs cheer and football team. So what I want to bring over is these girls, they don't only just stunt and cheer to the crowds, encouraging the football players. We talk about sportsmanship. And no matter how many times we lose, we show the team that we are amazing and a reminder that we can move forward. So this is my first year with the Lake Havasu Chiefs cheer, and what I love about it is family-like community. I'm brand new to the city, 2 years. I still consider myself brand new. And what I love about it is just community and showing what we can do. So when you see us there cheering for the crowd, we're cheering for our families, we're cheering for the football players, the family, and the community. And we want to make sure that we are ambassadors for the city and have potential leaders here, such as Audrey and Kylie. So we thank you. And hopefully for this fall, we're going to be starting our games in around like September, October, but we'll be doing recruits in July. So if you know anybody, a young lady or a young gentleman who is interested of cheering for our city and for our team, let us know. We are there because we strive for leadership and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it, and thank you for creating those opportunities for the youth in our community. All right, the next item on our agenda is the roll call. Ms. Williams, if you please call the roll.
Council members Nancy Campbell.
Here.
Jenny Koch.
Here.
Jim Dolan,
Here.
Cameron Moses,
Here.
Michelle Lynn,
Here.
Vice Mayor David Diaz,
Here.
Mayor Cal Sheehy.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Would any of the council members like to remove any of the items for separate discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Koch,
Motion.
please.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Koch and a second from Councilmember Moses. We are ready to vote.
Councilmember Dolan, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item 6 is our correspondence, communications, petitions, announcements, and the city manager report. We'll start with item 6.1, which is our fiscal year 25-26 first quarter contracted agency reports from Haven Family, or the Haven Center. Chief Sterling included these in our packets. They are available online for citizens to review as well. Moving on to item 6.2 is to announce vacancies on Lake Havasu City boards, committees, and commissions. Ms. Williams?
Mayor and City Council, this item is to announce vacancies on Lake Havasu City boards, committees, and commissions. The city currently has one vacancy on the Board of Adjustment. It's an alternate member. Anyone interested can pick up a packet at City Hall, and they are also available on the city's website at www.lhcaz.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. And then item 6.3 is the city manager's report. Good evening, Mr. Knutson from the other side of the dais. And do you need a microphone?
I think I'm set. I just need, Steve's working on a few things to accommodate our meeting tonight, so we'll get the slide up.
Yes.
There we go. Thank you, Steve. Appreciates everyone's patience as we're working through a couple of technical issues this evening, but we'll get them all resolved. First off, I'd like to wish everybody a happy new year. We're very excited for another great year of serving our community, working together, and building on the progress that the city's made to date. And I'd like to announce to you, Mayor and Council, that we have some great news, as Lake Havasu City has received a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada for our annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2024. This is the highest recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting and reflects our commitment to transparency, accuracy, and accountability. In addition, our Admin Services Department, as led by Jill Olson, Director Jill Olson, has also been awarded the GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for fiscal year 25-26 for our current budget year. This prestigious honor highlights excellence in public budgeting and reflects the dedication of our governing body and staff with sound financial stewardship. These achievements are the direct result of the hard work of our team, finance team, administrative services team, and the city staff throughout all organizations, and first and foremost for the leadership and direction provided by the City Council. Lake Havasu City hosted the Leadership Havasu program for their government impact, City and Government Day. Assistant City Manager Anthony Kozlowski kicked off the day with a presentation on City Government 101. Mayor, you spoke on how to change ordinance and laws, as well as a discussion about Robert's Rules. Council members Nancy Campbell, Jenny Koch, and Cameron Moses were on a panel for a healthy discussion, and the class toured Fire Station 2, the Police Department, and the Municipal Courthouse. The day concluded with a mock City Council meeting, providing participants with a hands-on opportunity to engage in the decision-making process and gain insight into local government operations. It's always a great day every single year. I'd like to share that picture that was shared to me from Vice Mayor David Diaz, yourself, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Nancy Campbell, represented Lake Havasu City at the 2026 Arizona State Legislative Opening Day just yesterday. Your attendance provided an important opportunity to engage with state leaders, stay informed on legislative priorities, and advocate for issues impacting our community as the new legislative session officially opened. Vice Mayor David Diaz and Councilmember Nancy Campbell attended the Patriot Guard Riders Mission, honoring U.S. Army Sergeant Lars Anthony Peterson, pictured in the top left, and Specialist Rachel Elaine Fairchild, pictured on the bottom right. Lars and Rachel, a husband and wife team who served as UH-60 utility helicopter Black Hawk repairmen, were recognized during a welcome home and deployment mission at the request of their family. We appreciate and love the love for you and the service that you have for our country. Thank you. Mayor, you got the honor of recognizing Kyle McElroy at his Eagle Scout Court of Honor with a proclamation celebrating his achievement and service to our community. Kyle's Eagle Scout project improved safety and efficiency at local baseball and softball fields through the installation of a ball return system made possible by strong community collaboration. Congratulations to you, Kyle, on this outstanding and well-deserved accomplishment. On December 10th, 2025, Mayor Sheehy, joined by Vice Mayor David Diaz, Councilmember Nancy Campbell, officially proclaimed Scott Brennan Remembrance Day, honoring a man whose impact and spirit will forever be remembered in our community. The day marked a meaningful moment for the Brennan family as they gathered at the street that welcomed thousands to Scotty's Roasted Chicken and Ribs for more than 3 decades in Lake Havasu City. City staff unveiled a new street sign, officially renaming the roadway Scott Brennan Way. January 2nd was recognized as Stella Wanda Adams Day, with Vice Mayor David Diaz presenting a proclamation in her honor. Born on January 2nd, 1926, Wanda's life reflects the resilience and strength of her generation. She supported the World War II effort by working in aircraft manufacturing, embraced motherhood with devotion, and later made Lake Havasu City her home, where she shared, where her and her husband shared. Her husband was Henry, and they built deep roots in our community for many, many decades. Lake Havasu City has been Wanda's cherished home, and this recognition honors a lifetime of perseverance, service, and love of family. Happy 100th birthday to you, Wanda. I'm excited to share that beginning this week, Lake Havasu City is conducting a citizen survey to gather valuable feedback from our residents. We had 3,000 households that will receive a citizen survey, and then we're asking you to participate. The survey will help us understand what we're doing well and identify opportunities for improvement, with questions covering quality of life, local policies, demographics, and satisfaction or dissatisfaction with city services. These results will play a very important role as we go through the budget process and make other decisions that are important for Lake Havasu City. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Knudsen. We'll move on to item 7, which is our public hearings. We will have several public hearings this evening. We do encourage, if you are here for one of the public hearings, to have discussion during each of those public hearings. There will be time at the end of the public hearings to have citizen input through a call to the public, but we can't have a two-way conversation during that time, so we do encourage you to come up to the podium during each of the items that you may have comments on. So we'll start with item 7.1, which is a Series 12 restaurant liquor license for Rotary Pizza and Pasta located at 283 Lake Havasu Avenue. Ms. Williams?
Mayor and City Council, Travis Francis has applied for a Series 12 restaurant liquor license for Rotary Pizza and Pasta located at 283 Lake Havasu Avenue. All posting requirements have been met, all fees have been paid, and no objections were received. The location is properly zoned for a Series 12 liquor license. The application was included in your agenda packet, and the applicant is in attendance to answer any questions from the City Council.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council for Ms. Williams or the applicant on this item? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the City Council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council for any discussion or possible motion.
Mayor, motion.
Yeah, Councilmember Moses?
Move to recommend that the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control approve a Series number 12 restaurant liquor license for Rotary Pizza and Pasta, 283 Lake Havasu Avenue.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Moses, a second from Vice Mayor Diaz. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item 7.2 is a Series 12 restaurant liquor license for Booby Falls Restaurant and Rodeo at 21 McCulloch Boulevard North. Ms. Williams?
Mayor and City Council, Dallas Finch has applied for a Series 12 restaurant liquor license for Booby Falls Restaurant and Rodeo, located at 2100 McCulloch Boulevard North. All posting requirements have been met, all fees have been paid, and no objections were received. The location is properly zoned for a Series 12 liquor license. The application was provided to you in your agenda packet, and the applicant is also in attendance today to answer any questions from the City Council.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council for Ms. Williams or the applicant? All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the City Council on this item?
Good evening. Okay. Hi, I'm Bonnie Toy. I have, I think, two questions. One, what does the name Booby Falls means? Booby Falls Restaurant and Rodeo. And two, do you know well, you don't know, but I've never looked at a liquor license application before at the city website, and I looked at their liquor license, and they have the menu listed. And the prices on the menu are really amazing. And I was wondering if after they're approved, are they allowed to increase those prices or do they have to stay the same? Because the prices that they were showing at the website, man, those are really great. Everything was like under $20.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Toy. So it's a requirement for the state of Arizona to include a menu with your application. Yes, they can change the pricing or their menu at any time that they would like to do that. And then would the applicant like to address the name or the where the name came from or what that means?
Explain yourself.
Dallas, you deserve this.
All right. Bonnie, I got your $5 for asking about the low prices. Are you Okay. It's a big debate. Social media, it blows up because of the name. It's kind of a fun name. Where it came from is we threw my wife a 40th birthday party at my house, and we created a trailer park. It was a trailer park themed party, and we created a trailer park on the property that I have, and we brought in old Winnebagos and old food trucks but trailers and mismatched lawn chairs. Just, it looked like a trailer park. And I built this sign that went over it. And because she was turning 40, we just had some fun and we called it Booby Falls Trailer Estates. Okay. That kind of name, it was a great party. And that kind of name, that name kind of stuck with us. And when we had this opportunity, Kim says, "Oh, we gotta call it Booby Falls." And I said, "That's what it is." All right. So that's it. That's the story.
And my thought, the visionary that I am, I thought you were going to have bull riding, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. the rodeo part of it.
Like a bull. Yeah, right.
Rodeo part of it might be a little smaller bull. It's a small building, but
it's marketing.
You never know what's going to happen there.
I'm sure it'll be a great success.
Thank you, Mr. Finch. Would anyone else like to address the City Council on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council for any discussion or possible motion.
I'll make a motion.
All right, Vice Mayor Diaz.
I move to recommend that the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control approve a series number 12 restaurant liquor license for Booby Falls Restaurant and Rodeo, 2100 McCulloch Boulevard North.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Diaz, a second from Councilmember Campbell. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Item 7.3 is ordinance number 26-1377, amending Lake Havasu City Code Chapter 11.06 related to Parks and Recreation Advisory Board officer terms, attendance, meeting frequency, and powers and duties. Ms. Vera.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So today in front of you, I have the introduction to the ordinance number 26-1377, amending the Lake Havasu City Code related to our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. So in our past meetings, some of our board members had suggested frequency of meetings. And in doing so, we took the opportunity to take a look at the code to make sure that it was actually reflecting what's taking place in the Park Advisory Board. In doing that, we noticed a couple things that were different than what we were actually doing. So we wanted to make sure we were up to code and actually implementing according to what we're putting forth. The frequency of meetings was one of those things. The responsibilities of our board members and the term for the chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the board for Ms. Vera?
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell?
As I was reading, it's a quick little ordinance. I can see all the things that you've striked out, plus I watched the meeting as well. The one part is item number 69. Is it 6.9? I circled it. Okay. Oh, 6, because the numbers. Okay. It's now 9 because of strikeouts of the previous. To prepare and recommend for the city council for approval to assist the director with development and upcoming of a master plan. So basically what was stricken was to prepare and recommend to the city council for approval was stricken. And it says that the board, if I'm understanding correctly, it now says to assist the director with development and update of a master plan for the development of a municipality owned parks and specific plans for the development of each park. I absolutely love my boards and commissions. I depend on them 100% because like I said about planning and zoning today, we have all these items on the agenda that we get with it only a few days before I have to sit up here and make decisions. And so at the end of the day, I figure as the director, you're going to be in the day-to-day part of it. You're in the meetings, you're participating, you're a huge part of the vision of Lake Havasu City's parks. But at the end of the day, I would hope that the advisory board would still be the one to come back to us and to, the way it was before, prepare and recommend to the city council for approval. It doesn't even have to be I don't know if it'd be for approval or not. I just am concerned why we're stricken out in that the advisory board is to be directed to the director. And I'm sure there's other codes, and I've had a lot in the last few days, so I can't dial down exactly why you did that. So if you can further explain that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Ms. Vera, if I can jump in real quick. So anytime we open up a code section, so this was brought to us by the Parks and Recreation board, and when they brought that through, the city staff took a look at the code to see how we operate in operation. So in this case, we still would be making the decisions, but the board would assist the director when the director is making the presentation. So like tonight, Ms. Vera is making the presentation, not the board. But although the board did the work, you watched the public hearing that they had. Right. So that's just to bring this code section into compliance with what is actually happening and how it occurs. The board would not make a presentation to us, but the director would make the presentation to us for us to make the final decision on the direction.
And do you agree with that?
100%. And then the other thought behind that is we have a council member liaison on the board as well too. So they would bring back any information when we have our council meetings. The Parks Advisory Board is going to play a huge part in our master plan process, right, as is the city council. So anything that's really going through the board is also going to be brought to city council as well.
And that's the part that it says for updating of the master plan. So it sounds like the advisory board is advising you, which will in return advise us. But the last thing I want to be is stricken out of a vision plan for our master plan.
Never. No, that's not the purpose of that at all. And when we have our council retreat next week, we're actually going to talk a little bit more about the master plan process. So it's going to give you all an in-depth perspective in what we're going to do with that master plan.
Okay, and I thank you for that. And the reasoning may be different than most people may think, but I'm an advocate for our roads and infrastructure. It's failing. So if we're starting to build park after park after park, I'm going to be in the middle of that trying to advocate for our roads and infrastructure.
I understand.
Okay, thank you much. Appreciate you.
Councilmember Lynn?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I guess as I'm looking at this too, I'm kind of a little bit concerned with the number 6 that was stricken out too. And I'm looking at number 5 and number 6, and number 5 leaves that the board will assist and advise the Parks and Recreation Director in developing and continuing the plan for the city's park system and recreation program. I was on the Parks and Rec board for a really long time when I first got on council. And I know that if you look at number 6, it's taking out assisting and advising the Parks and Rec Director in establishing priorities as budget time. I absolutely think that the board should still be part of that conversation on establishing the priorities. Maybe not as a budget sense, but I know that was important when I was on there. the chair would ask us what our priorities were. We would send that back to the director, and the director would bring that to staff and then to council. So I'm challenged with that part in there.
And I understand that. And as Mayor Kalshihi said earlier, this is just a reflection of what's currently been happening in our board meetings. However, we've had conversations, myself and our council member liaison for the park board specifically, on how we can make it more robust and how we can involve the park advisory board more. So looking at that, though, those are those conversations that are going to be coming up in some of our future meetings too. Right now we're heading into budget season. So looking at, well, what is it that the park advisory board wants to see from the parks department? So getting their input that way. But that is something that necessarily wasn't being done.
And I understand it, but that doesn't mean in the future it won't be done. And if like you suggested, we're going to be talking about this at the retreat, but this is an ordinance. Once this is done, it's done. You can't go back and change it. So I can't approve this with that in there. I cannot.
Councilmember Berlin, do you have a suggestion of what you would like to see?
Yeah, I'm okay with leaving it in. I mean, I want to know during budget time what the Parks and Rec Advisory Board is talking about. I can't attend those meetings. I mean, I'll watch them and look at the minutes. And I do agree that some of the meetings can be kind of bland. And I understand that you're going to the every 2 months because they were, but sometimes there's big topics. And I want to know what all of those people up there, they were chosen for those seats for a reason. And I want to hear what they have to say because some may agree, they may disagree. And you're going to take back the majority of that and to report to us, not what everyone said. So no, I'd like to just leave it in there.
So when it comes time for a motion, you can suggest that motion to keep that in there. Is there any other comments from members of the council?
Mayor, I just also want to let everybody know that the boards and commissions are incredibly important to me being able to make a valid decision. And I know that you guys have made the decision to, what did you say, go every other month or?
Yeah, and that was based on the recommendation of one of the board members.
Because they're a layer of government that helps us feed through some of the conversations that the community already has in place. Instead of all the conversations coming right here, on all these different items. So that's up to you. The liaison, I depend on if you're okay with that, Cameron, moving forward. But if the conversations are starting to all come to the council, about every topic of every park and of course, we're going to approve a budget. Of course, we're going to approve a new item that's over the threshold. I get that. But it's really hard sometimes to be in the weeds of every item. We can do it. We do our best, but I think I can speak for everybody up here. We also have a separate life other than council. But yeah.
We do?
Yeah, what? Thank you much, but I appreciate it.
Mayor?
Councilmember
No,
Moses?
so I understand the efforts to omit 6, just to be concise and less is more sometimes, but I understand your concerns, Michelle, to keep that in, so I'd be okay leaving it in. And that has been one of my goals to echo some of your sentiments here is we need to utilize them more. And so I've challenged Director Vera and to have more of a system with things we go over at certain times, in strategic times before budget season, you know what I mean? Talk about certain things. And so I think we have a really, really strong plan moving forward at the direction of Ms. Vera. And I think we'll get some good work done here.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Diaz?
Yeah, and I agree with all those comments from everyone. And getting back to the number 9, I guess it's number 9, I'm an advocate of having real clear language in contracts. So could we just simply add to be approved by the city council? Because if it's not in there, down the road, it's not in there. So everything sounds good, but just at the end, ultimately, I don't know if the word's ultimately, but to be approved by the city council, these things would be approved by the city council.
Vice Mayor, can I ask some clarification? Are you specifically asking about the master plan?
Well, it says the way it's written out, to assist the director with the development and the updated of the master plan for the development of the municipality-owned parks and a specific plan for the development of each city park.
Yeah, so
with council's approval, something like that, something that simple. Just
Mayor,
Superintendent?
Of the council.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, yeah, the Parks Master Plan will come before council for final adoption, and we can put some words in there that would
just add that.
that will
Okay.
clarify that for sure.
you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Somebody's going to have to assist with that motion, or do you got it?
Yeah, I think Councilmember Lynn.
It's just an introduction. All right, thank you much. Just an introduction.
Right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council for possible motion.
Mayor, motion.
Yes, Councilmember Lynn.
I move to introduce ordinance number 26-1377, amending Lake Havasu City Code Chapter 11.06 related to Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, officer terms, attendance, meeting frequency, and powers and duties, excluding the strikeout of item number 6 and adding item number 7 to read, to assist the director with the development and updating of a master plan for the development of municipally owned parks and a specific plan for the development of each city park with council's approval or final approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Lynn. We have a second from Councilmember Moses. Is there any additional discussion? Yeah, Ms.
Mayor, just for quick clarification for the record, I think you mean 6, not 7. The new number 6. I think you said 7, but I think you mean 6. I think by reading it, we got what you said.
Yes, 6.
Okay.
Well, technically, we're putting 6 back on there, and now the new 6 will be the new 7.
Right, correct.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
New.
Yeah. Yeah. But, okay. All right, so we have a motion from Councilmember Lynn, a second from Councilmember Moses. Is there any additional discussion? All right, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farah. Item 7.4 is resolution number 26-3889, approving a major general plan amendment revising the future land use map designations for 1040 McCulloch Boulevard North, meets and bounds parcel 107-15-015, 90.5 acres from open space and park to commercial mixed use, resort residential, and resort related island. Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor, members, City Council, and the public. Before I get started, I do have a couple of things. Our technology is not cooperating fully tonight, so I'll be switching out with the applicant's representative throughout the evening on the hearing. So I just want to point out. And number 2, this hearing is on the general plan. Would really like to ask the comments to be contained to the general plan amendment. The rezone will follow. So at the Planning Commission meeting, we got a lot of the rezone comments on the general plan, and my presentation was not designed to address those comments at that time. So I just would like to mention that. We're here today to receive public comment on a proposed major amendment to the Lake Havasu City General Plan. The general plan serves as the city's long-range advisory guide for land use and development, a 30,000-foot framework that provides direction but does not grant entitlements. Any zoning action which would grant entitlements must conform to the general plan's land use designations, or the plan must be amended, which is the case before us today. Additionally, Arizona state statute requires cities to establish processes for both minor and major amendments to their general plan. This ensures there are opportunities to make adjustments or address new community needs that may arise over a 10-year period. Under both the Lake Havasu City General Plan and Arizona state law, any amendment involving property over 40 acres in size and located outside the city's original plat area must be processed as a major amendment. This triggers a more extensive public review process, including 2 public hearings and formal notification to affected agencies and stakeholders. The subject property is an approximately 90-acre parcel located on the south side of the island, south of Beachcomber Boulevard, and situated between the Nautical Beachfront Resort to the east and the Islander RV Resort to the west. To the immediate northwest of the property is the Nautical Estates condominium development and island storage and marine. It was formerly operated as a golf course on leased state land until it was abandoned by its operators. Following abandonment, a developer petitioned the Arizona State Land Department to initiate a sale In response, the state held a public auction in September of 2023 at the Mojave County Courthouse in Kingman, where the current applicant, who is not the original petitioner, successfully acquired the parcel. Currently, the general plan designates this parcel as open space and park consistent with its historic use as a golf course. However, this designation does not support future development, which is why the applicant is requesting an amendment. The property is currently zoned golf course, again reflecting its former use. This zoning does not accommodate the proposed mixed-use development. The applicant is requesting to amend the general plan future land use map to the following categories: commercial mixed use in the northwest portion of the site, resort residential in the central portion, and resort-related island designation for the southern eastern portion. These categories all support the uses proposed in the plan development rezone application, which will be considered following this hearing today. Furthermore, no comments were received from outside reviewing agencies, and the proposed amendment is in conformance with many goals and objectives of the general plan. The applicant has also provided a document that describes how they intend to meet additional goals and objectives of the general plan through their efforts. That is an attachment to the staff report. The general development plan, the applicant has submitted a conceptual development plan for reference for this hearing, but will be considered in its entirety immediately following completion of this hearing, and that is as part of the rezone application. This plan includes a commercial area in the northwest adjacent to McCulloch and Beachcomber Boulevards with approximately 67,000 square feet of commercial space, residential area in the central portion with over 300 dwelling units of various types, including 90 multifamily units, a resort area in the southern portion, southern eastern, featuring a resort facility, bungalows, and resort-related accessory uses, and shoreline access and preservation easement with an average width of 100 feet along its entirety, labeled in green on the map. This easement size was increased from 15 feet by the applicant since the Planning Commission meeting on December 5th, 2025, from 5.5 total acres along the frontage to 14.1 total acres, an increase of 156%. City staff have carefully reviewed the proposed general development plan along with the supporting reports for public safety, water, sewer, and traffic infrastructure. Based on this review, staff has determined that the city is able to adequately provide services to the project, provided that the conditions of approval are met. The Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously by a vote of 7-0 at its meeting on December 5th, 2025. Mr. Mayor, this concludes my presentation. The applicant is present and also has a presentation for you this evening on this application. Does the council have any questions for me at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Maybe we go with the applicant, get the applicant presentation, then we can ask questions of Mr. Gilbert and the applicant at the same time. Does that work? Okay. Yes, let's bring the applicant up for their presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is David Megdal, and I'm here representing Falcon Eye Ventures, the applicant and project developer for the proposal before you today. We appreciate the opportunity to present this project, and we want to thank staff and the community for their time, feedback, and engagement throughout this process. From the very beginning, our goal has been to create something that enhances Lake Havasu. This project is rooted in long-term commitment, thoughtful planning, and community compatibility. To bring this to life, we have assembled a team of highly respected professionals who are experienced in Arizona development, entitlement, and public engagement. zoning attorneys from Barry Rydell, John Barry, Michelle Hammond, and Cassandra Aries, community outreach, Susan Bittersmith, Prescott Smith from Technical Solutions, architecture, Jeff Brand, George Malera, Lucas Hendricks from Nelson Partners, landscape architecture, Brandon Sobiak from Dig Studios, civil engineering, Ali Fakik from Sustainable Engineering Group, traffic engineering, Jamie Blankman from Lokahi. Each of these partners were chosen not just for their expertise, but because they understand how to work effectively with cities and communities to deliver a well-integrated and responsible development. Over the last 26 months, we've taken the time to listen. We've engaged with staff, met with neighbors, hosted outreach efforts, and made significant changes in response to what we heard. This wasn't a rush concept. It's a carefully refined plan. Among the key changes we made throughout this process, more open space than required, reduced commercial intensity, relocated access points for better circulation, improved buffers and transitions, and critically, 100% of the shoreline will remain open and accessible to the public. This was a very important thing for us. We're bringing forward a hospitality-forward, mixed-use community that includes a resort, walkable commercial space, and a marina, a mix of residential options for both seasonal and full-time residents, enhanced beach and trail access, design and landscaping that respects the desert and lake setting, and of course, appropriate boat trailer and vehicle parking. This is not a high-density infill project. It's a balanced, island-compatible plan that adds value while preserving character. This is a long-term commitment to the people of Lake Havasu. We're committed to doing it right by the city, by your staff, and by the residents of Lake Havasu. We appreciate the opportunity to share this plan with you today and look forward to your feedback. John Barry will now provide additional detail regarding the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, I am at the tail end of laryngitis. I am not going through puberty. My name is John Barry with the law firm of Barry Riddell, and our address is 6750 East Camelback Road in Scottsdale. For this hearing, and we hope there is a zoning hearing that occurs, but for this hearing, our responsibility as the applicant is to demonstrate to you that we implement the goals and policies of your general plan. Now, that means there are multiple elements to the general plan. The good news is I'm not going through all of them. The bad news is in order to really fully give this important project for the community a good deal of review and give you more facts, it's going to take additional time. And I apologize for that in advance. And my voice does as well, because this may take a little bit. Next, please. A quick housekeeping matter. On these slides, when you see quotation marks, that means it's a direct quote from some type of document, whether it's the general plan or a traffic report or the zoning ordinance, whatever it might be. It's a direct quote. So, in our two general plan hearings with the Planning Commission, we had some public comment about, why are we going through a general plan amendment process? And the general plan addresses that. The general plan says it's a usable working document that is responsive to changes and unforeseen opportunities that are natural in a dynamic environment. Now, my family, I first came to Havasu and got stung for the first time by a scorpion when I was about 4 years old here at Lake Havasu. And we've been back since. And I want to tell you, Havasu is a dynamic environment. So are there unforeseen opportunities that have come along? Well, clearly, the state land auction was an unforeseen opportunity. As staff noted in the comments, we did not petition the state land department to bring this land out. It was an unforeseen opportunity along with the community. Next, please. As lawyers are wont to do, we make no sense at all. So I am going to begin with a conclusion. And this is a quote from the staff report, which staff referred to. And this is the staff report for the general plan. Staff believes the proposed amendment is in conformance with and in furtherance of many goals and policies within multiple sections of the general plan. Now, you know, because you deal with it frequently, but for maybe the benefit of the community, when staff says that this is their recommendation, it is not just Mr. Gilbert's recommendation. Your staff includes everything from infrastructure, roads, sewer, water, police, fire, city manager, city attorney. So this is their collective professional opinion. Now, what information did they have to come to this conclusion for the council? The information they had was a 99-page document, general development plan, that we submitted to staff, and along with technical documents associated with infrastructure and with water and sewer and with traffic. Next, please. Now to discuss the specific elements of the general plan, which is our duty to help you understand how we implement this general plan. I'm going to start high altitude, which is the land use element of the general plan. The land use element of the general plan encourage, now that, I like that word, encourage the development of large-scale resort developments with a mix of commercial and residential uses that enhance the leisure service industry by providing accommodation and amenities conducive to a world-class destination, which is Havasu. That word is encourage doing this. It's not a passive word like consider. It's direction to encourage this type of development. Next, please. Now, the land use element also harkens back to Robert McCullough's vision for your community, and that was the importance of master planning. And sometimes we see it in any community, no matter how large or small, and sometimes we don't. But when we have the opportunity to master plan, it does great things for a community. This is what the general plan says. Encourage, again, there's that word, encourage. Plan for and partner with the private sector in the development of detailed master plans for large vacant parcels. This is a large vacant parcel of about 90 acres. And that 99-page development plan certainly was detailed. Next, please. I think it's also important to note that the general plan and the development plan did not happen accidentally. We've been doing this for 27 months with your community, with extensive community collaboration, and we've enjoyed it and we've appreciated it. Another benefit, why the general plan talks about master plan communities, is that there will be a master homeowners and property owners association. And what does that mean in a practical sense? It means that it will ensure high quality design and stringent maintenance standards, which relieves the city and the taxpayers of the maintenance obligation for these parks and open space, which you're going to see more of. Next. Now, how has the community collaboration over the last 20 months made changes that implement the general plan? Most importantly, we removed gates. Our original plan had gates and a community gatehouse at the entrance to this proposed master plan. We have eliminated those. That means there will be direct public access to the shoreline with no gates or gatehouses to interfere with that for vehicles, pedestrians, and bikes. We eliminated a gas station at the request of the Nautical Estates condos. We removed an internal roundabout, recognizing that people with boats probably would not appreciate an internal roundabout trying to get down to the public boat ramp. We also improved that boat ramp access and access to public parking. You will also note in the kind of the top left there an arrow that talks about a residential building size decrease. We actually eliminated a portion of the multifamily building at the request of the Nautical Estates condos, and that resulted in a reduction of the unit count from 103 to 90. So we actually lost some multifamily units by eliminating that building at the request of the Nautical Estates condos. Next, please. Now, staff has discussed the three general plan categories that we're requesting. I just want to focus on one of them, the one in the middle, which is resort residential. Next, please. The reason I want to focus on that category is because this general plan category specifically identifies the appropriate place from a land use perspective where it should be used. And again, note the word encouraged. And it says primarily on the island and along the shoreline. So that we have followed that direction in the general plan. Next. This category, I love this category. This category also says provide opportunities for innovative resort and mixed-use developments that differ from what you traditionally see in Havasu. So this calls out and says, do something different. Be innovative. Let's not do what we typically have done, good or bad. Next, please. This is an element I'm going to spend a lot of time on because we have come to learn how very important this is to the community. We have heard that loud and clear. We have heard it in the press. We've heard it at our community outreach meetings that we held back in March of last year, 2 of them. We've heard it through community speakers at our 2 planning commission hearings. We all need to have a baseline of understanding about shoreline access on this 90 acres. It has never had legal shoreline public access. Never. We, with your help, we want to change that tonight forevermore. Next, please. How are we implementing this very important general plan and community goal? This graphic could not be more simple or direct, which lawyers hate, simple and direct. 100% of the shoreline, 100% of our shoreline will have public access. Now, the question that can be asked and should be asked would be, well, how much shoreline access and what type of shoreline access? So let's take a look at that. Next, please. Now, I mentioned that we had redesigned our plan before the October 1st Planning Commission hearing in response to the community. Wholesale redesigned it. And one of the great things about redesigning that plan with the access is we created in purple, you will see these 3 new direct, unimpeded by gates, direct access to the shoreline. Next, please. No, let's hold that. Go back. Let's go back for a second. Thank you. I apologize. Now, one of the things we've come to know that you all have known for a long time is this site is unique. It really is a unique site on the island. But one of the reasons it's unique is you see those orange lines there at the bottom? Those orange lines, the legend says, let's see, something, you guys have better eyes than mine. What does it say? Rugged terrain. Thank you very much. For those of you that have screens in front of you. Rugged terrain. And that's what makes this shoreline so unique. We have one of the few places on the island where you have this rugged terrain. Now, as you know, the balance of the island, both developed and undeveloped, is mainly flat. So this is a unique place. Now, given that unique topography, we needed a unique approach to this. We started with the code requirement of a 15-foot public shoreline access easement, and that's what the Planning Commission voted on back on December 3rd. And they recommended unanimously to you that 15-foot public access easement. Now, they had some great points, the commission did, and the community did at that hearing back in December last month. And we agree that we could do better. And we have tried to do better. And we are proposing to make some real changes with 2 types of access. And I apologize for getting to this level of detail, but there's 2 types of access I want us to focus on for the public. It's not just shoreline access. It's something I'm calling visual access. These bluffs are unique. And when you see them from the lake, they're cool. So how do we deal with that? We think that's unique as well. So one of the things that we have done is typically with those large, by the way, there's only 18 large custom lots along that orange area, only 18 of them, and they're large lots. Those 18, what would typically happen is those landowners would say, we want to put our house as close to the bluffs and as close to the water as we can because we want to enjoy the view from our home out to the lake. I mean, I won't name names, but that's what 99.9% of the residences along the lake and along the shoreline want, and that's what they sell. You remember the general plan said, with this category, do something innovative, do something different than what we typically see. And this is what we're doing with visual access. Instead of putting the property owner and the homeowner first with the views they want to the lake, what we're doing is we are prioritizing people on the lake looking toward that unique feature of the bluffs. How are we going to do that? How do we ensure that? We are going to require a building envelope setback. So for a residence, there'll be a building envelope, and before you can start to build your residence, there will be an average, there'll be some less, some more. For those 18 lots, an average of 100-foot building setback before they can start building a home along those bluffs. What does that mean? No homes perched like gargoyles right on the edge of the bluffs, but set back for the benefit of the folks on the lake. Now, the more traditional way we view physical access, shoreline access, is that physical access. And again, 100% of the shoreline will have a public access easement with an average of 100 feet. Next slide, please. What does that mean? That means that the stuff that's not the bluffs, there are 3 existing really nice beaches there, in spite of those bluffs, 3 really nice beaches. Every one of those beaches will be preserved. And every one of those beaches has never had legal public access to them. What does that mean in terms of numbers? When we were at the Planning Commission, that total was 5.5 acres. 14.1% of our property will be public shoreline access. Next, please. What's the overall result? I know lots of numbers, lots of percentages, but I really want to drive this point home with you all. Out of the entire 90 acres, 15.7%, in lawyer math, we'd say that's 48%, but it's 15.7% of the property is shoreline public access with that average 100 foot. The development code and the Planning Commission, we were at 15 feet. That's an increase, even with my bad math, of 567% in terms of public access. And this number does not include the view access that I talked about. Next, please. Now, these are just some images of what we hope it will look like. There's the new public boat ramp. On the upper left is the resort. You can see those beaches that exist today. Let's go on to the next one, please. Just quick vignettes, again, of the existing beaches that are preserved with the resort above. Next, please. Again, beaches preserved, resort there. And by the way, recall that there's direct, ungated public access to the public parking. The public will be able to park down here and enjoy all of these amenities. Next, please. So one of the major issues that we've heard from the community is, well, this is great, but we don't trust you. You're a lawyer. And it's well said and probably accurate, but how do we protect it? I'm sorry, Kelly, I apologize for that. The number one way we do that is to record easements that run with the land. So it doesn't matter who owns it, it runs with the land and protects the public forever. That easement language will be reviewed by your city attorney and city staff. The second way it's protected is if you approve this general plan hearing and we get to the zoning case, it will be a condition of zoning approval. And thirdly, so this isn't just belt and suspenders. I don't know what else we use besides belt and suspenders to keep them up, but there will be a recorded plat as well that lays these things out on them. So we have 3 ways to ensure that these public access requirements endure over time and protect the public. Next, please. If you'll excuse me. The next element is the housing element. Now, the housing element stresses the need to provide open space on site for new residents. And you can understand the policy behind that, because if you have a bunch of new houses come in and you're not providing open space on site, then speaking of Parks and Rec, then you run the risk of burdening your existing Parks and Rec with new residents. So they say if you can incorporate adequate open recreational space on site for use by residents. Next, please. Let's talk about open space. The ordinance requires for a piece of property this size that 20% of the property be open space. And by the way, the term open space is defined in the ordinance. So everybody that appears in front of you and says, we're doing this amount of open space, it's defined in the zoning or in your development code. That 20%, what we're required to do is 18 acres. We are proposing almost 37% of our property be open space. That's 33 acres of land, an 84% increase over what's required in the code. I hope you start to see a theme here. And the theme is we have no desire to do the bare minimum for anything associated with this 90 acres. We are committed to excellence for this project. Next, please. Now, when we took out those gates in the community gatehouse, what did it do for open space? It made all of this open space I just talked about accessible to the public. Before, some of it was behind gates and wasn't accessible to the public. So that previous development plan, before we got rid of all the gates that I showed you, back in September, there were about 9.8 acres of publicly accessible open space. Where are we now after we redesigned and got rid of all those gates that impeded access? We have over 18 acres of publicly accessible open space. What does that mean? You want to go use them, you want to ride your bike, you want to walk, you can use this open space. That's an 84% increase from back in September. Next, please. The housing element also talks about the need for strong pedestrian and bike connections from the property to your, for example, the Island Trail system off the property. So let's integrate this master plan into the balance of your community. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to install and pay for. I know that phrase pay for is one that is important to several council members. Pay for new enhanced pedestrian crossing at Beachcomber and McCullough for safe pedestrian bike connections. We don't know exactly where it will go. We don't know exactly what it will look like. We don't know exactly what it will cost, but staff's going to tell us all three of those and we'll write the check joyfully. Next, please. Speaking of pedestrians and bikes being able to go through our property and use the publicly accessible open space and get direct access to the shoreline, the previous plan, before we modified it, had linear feet of ungated public access within our community of just over a mile. After we took those gates out and established a new circulation system internally, there's over 3 miles in this 90 acres of ungated, unfettered public access for citizens to walk to and through, bike to and through, or use their car to go to and through this project to enjoy the resort or the shoreline access that we've talked about, or the open space that we've talked about. Next, please. Let's talk about transportation. This is one you all should give each other pats on the back for. I started subscribing to the Havasu News and watching some of your hearings back in 2023, and I've enjoyed seeing the evolution of this and where you all are today. And I saw a front page story today in the Havasu News about where we're going with this. And kudos to you, and I know kudos to your representative and the state legislature for making it happen with you. So they wanted the second bridge in the general plan, and by God, you guys are delivering it. Next, please. Now, the transportation element also talks about the need to understand traffic impacts for this new development. And traffic is always an issue in any community. What are the traffic impacts? So let's go on to the next slide, please. We have submitted a traffic analysis to the city staff, and they have approved it. Now, I am loath to read something this long, but it's only 3 sentences. Now, your professional staff recognizes that the most important traffic consideration for this project is the impact of the second bridge. And we concur with that as well. So let me read this. This is from our traffic report, but which again, your city staff has blessed. Because the second bridge will significantly alter access and circulation patterns on the island, Evaluating future traffic conditions based on current patterns, meaning without the second bridge, would not be an accurate picture. The most effective approach is to compare the proposed development, meaning us, with the assumptions and findings of the Lake Havasu Second Bridge Feasibility Study, which, interesting note and aside, you all know that the state legislature allocated you $200,000 to do one of the most comprehensive bridge analysis, which included these traffic impacts as well. We go on to state, this method offers the most relevant and reliable basis for understanding how traffic will function in the area once the bridge is in place. I apologize for the detail. Let me read one more, the conclusion from the Second Bridge Feasibility Study from July of 2024, which evaluates traffic in 2030 and 2045. The study shows that the two bridges have more than ample capacity for future traffic, including our project. Each bridge will have over 68% of capacity available for future traffic from the island. 68%, which means overall, everybody on the island will be using, what is that, 32% of the capacity of those bridges. Next, please. Now we have to talk about parking too. It's related to traffic, but we are once again going above and beyond the code and providing more parking than required. What's required is 634 automobile spaces, by the way, no boat or RV spaces. But we're going to provide 874 automobile spaces and 45 boat and RV spaces, a 47% increase. So this isn't one of those, let's say we're providing shoreline access, but there's no place for anybody to park because there won't be any parking spaces. 874 automobile spaces are being provided on this project. Next, please. Now, another benefit of master planning is it'll reduce traffic on the island if we can provide commercial services on the island. And just as an aside, in both of our community outreach meetings in March of last year, both of them, we had folks come up to us, and some of you I know attended that. We had our boards up showing what we were proposing. And folks would come up to us from the island and say, hey, look, we're a full-time resident or a seasonal resident. And you know what? Would you please provide some services on our island? We're tired of going over the bridge. And they were great. And you'll see some of it in the comments in your packet of people who showed up at those hearings. They went so far as to name particular tenants they wanted and types of uses that they wanted, right? And I know Trader Joe's is way up there on the list, and I got heckled last time I mentioned the Trader Joe's by dangling out there as a flashy object, but we'd love to have one there too, just so you know. Because as you know, my client will have a home on the island and will be spending time there, and he'd love nothing more than for he and his family to be able to enjoy all of these amenities as well. But by doing so, people don't have to leave the island, which keeps traffic off of the bridges. Next, please. Now, the general plan housing element also says strongly encourage in new planned neighborhoods supporting uses to meet the needs of area residents. So those island residents who talked to us, they were actually talking about exactly what's in the general plan. Give us some services, and that's what we are doing. The services we are presenting is a village center that will have restaurants, coffee shops, bakery, veterinarian, urgent care, and other services for the island. We don't know those will be the exact ones, but they'll be those types of services. Next, please. Now, as a result of the efforts of the Nautical Estates condos, who are our closest residential neighborhood to this retail, before we started enjoying our conversations and hearing their concerns, we had planned a typical grocery anchored shopping center there. And it looks very familiar, the one on the left, but the service for the grocery store, the back of the house, went right by Nautical Estates. Now, needless to say, that was not received well. They motivated us, and we got enthused about changing our whole vision for this from a typical grocery anchored shopping center to a village center. And on the right is where we are today, a small market and something very different and smaller than a typical grocery store center. Next. What will this look like? And again, we're implementing the general plan guidance with this. It will not look like a strip center. This will be a low scale, one story, lots of shade, we have a public park that we're offering for adjacent to the nautical estates and for the public. It will be extensive landscaping. It'll be family friendly, pedestrian friendly, bike friendly, my favorite, dog friendly, senior friendly. I qualify on that front as well. Senior friendly. And as an aside, after the the December 3rd Planning Commission hearing, after that, there were some questions raised by commissioners, and they raised some great questions along the way, as did the community. But they asked us about, well, I'm looking at the list of permitted uses, and it allows bars and nightclubs and a shooting range. Not a good mix, but it allows those in as permitted uses. As a result of those comments from the commission and the community, you will see that in the permitted use list, and in your staff report, we have eliminated as permitted uses in that village center, bars and nightclubs, the gas station, which we eliminated, and the shooting range and shooting ranges. Next, please. We're still on the housing element. We're getting closer. The housing element also talks about creating appropriate buffers and transitions adjacent to residential, appropriate buffers and transitions. How are we implementing doing this? We spent a lot of time, particularly with the nautical estate condos on this. Next, please. We have two residential neighborhoods, and each of them is very different, very unique. We have the Islander and we have the nautical estates condos. Next, please. With the Islander, we're using three techniques: large open spaces, extensive, well-maintained landscaping, including putting in tree sizes that are larger than required by ordinance. They'll grow faster and better with that buffer for them. Again, doing more than the minimum required by your code. And finally, utilize significant building setbacks. There will be no homes directly adjacent to the Islander homes. 0. Next, please. Now, you will see the Islander off in the lower left there. You see those purple dots. Those are where we're putting the much larger trees immediately, 36-inch box. And you can see that we have a long buffer adjacent to the Islander. And you'll also note that there are no homes directly adjacent to the Islander. Next. That landscape buffer will be anywhere between 50 and 100 feet from the Islander to our homes. And again, no new homes immediately adjacent. Next. Now, these are some images of that open space adjacent to the Islander. Now, the Islander homes are at the top there. Now, we know that's not exactly what they look like. This is just a representation. Now, this open space is beautiful. It'll be very nice. This open space before October 1st was not accessible to the public. It was only for people behind the gate. It was not accessible. This open space along the Islander is now accessible to the community. If you want to bike to it, take your dog there, throw a Frisbee there, have a picnic there, it's open to the public. And it will be maintained by the Master Homeowners Association. The city has no obligation or requirement for this. Next, please. Just another quick image from the ground level with the Islander homes in the background. Next, please. And this is a view from the Islander looking over a fence towards that open space on our side of the property line. Next, please. Excuse me. The nautical estates condos are our second neighbor. They are the most directly impacted. And I would say 90% or more of the emails that you received on this case in your packet or otherwise were from the nautical estates condos. They were very active and very enthusiastic about protecting their community, and we agree with them. We have made substantial changes to them after listening and collaborating with them. I will tell you joyfully and very pleased that we now have a written agreement signed by the Nautical Estate Condo Association and ourselves to proceed with a buffer that they will approve and support. And one of the exceptions that you will see in the zoning case, if you approve this case and we get to the zoning case, is an exception to the code that will allow us to do that. Next, please. Stay with this, please. I want to just go through some of the things we've done to get to that agreement with the nautical estates. We eliminated the large grocery store. We added the village center. We relocated the market a couple of times further away from them. We reduced the square footage of the retail by 21%. We removed those permitted uses we talked about. Next, please. We removed the driveway closest to the condos. We added parking lot screen walls to avoid headlights. We created this almost 1 acre new park as a buffer and amenity. We increased the building setback from the retail to the condos. This is the setback to the buildings, to those condos, from building to building, between 110 feet and almost a football field. Next, please. We eliminated the 2-story multifamily building closest to the condos. What's left is a minimum building setback of 150 feet that resulted in losing some apartment units. They asked us to replace on their site, on their property, an air valve to upgrade their water system and water pressure. We've agreed to do that. Next, please. We've reduced the height of the multifamily building closest to them from 3 stories to 2 stories. We will remove the effluent pond, which many people, again, during our public outreach complained about, but some people also really like the ponds because it attracts wildlife. So we have discussed with the Arizona Game and Fish. They have a whole process you can go through to relocate wildlife. And if the Arizona Game and Fish won't do it or can't do it, we'll go to a similar nonprofit service that will help us do that as humanely as possible. Next, please. Now, this image, this is one where you cannot trust a lawyer. Do not trust this. Do not believe this for a minute, okay? And that's because this was early on in our negotiations and conversations and collaboration with the condos, which are in the back there with the red roofs, 1 and 2 story. But you get the idea. It may look entirely different from this when we get through this process with them, but you get the idea of the size of the area that we all have to work with as a buffer before you ever get to buildings. Next, please. What about water conservation? Something very important to all of us. You have a general plan provision as that, and it talks about you have a Lake Havasu water conservation plan and you want us to be aggressive. Next, please. Just a partial list. We will be aggressive implementing water conservation. We'll put in automatic meter reading, advanced metering infrastructure for leak detection. I understand you all are doing some of that as a city now. Looking at ways to update and improve that. We'll use low flow fixtures, lower flow than required by the city code. For the resort, next please. For guests at the resort hotel, you can opt to not have your linens changed as frequently. I don't know if you've seen it where you put something on the sheets or something. They don't wash them as frequently. We're going to use 100% reclaimed water for landscaping. Now, this last one, I got guffawed, and there are lots of times where appropriately enough I should be. This is one where I was actually telling the truth on the last bullet point here, which is utilize rainwater harvesting. That's all I had on the graphic last time at the commission and the community. Some of them didn't believe it, but that technology is not new. And it's been successfully installed on other Arizona master plan projects, including by our team of civil engineers and sustainability engineers. So that's not new. You can actually harvest it and use that rainwater. Next, please. Dark skies, very important as well. We heard that from the community. Not only are we going to do that, we're going to meet or exceed any dark sky requirements. Next, please. This is the last. I can see a collective sigh from each of you. This is the last general plan element I want to discuss. But it's a critical one. It's an important one. And that's economic development. And the general plan says, quoting verbatim, continued expansion of the tourism and service commercial sectors is critical to the economic health of the city. Next, please. I need another little bit more water, excuse me. Now, to understand this, we actually hired Elliott Pollock and Company to an economic and fiscal impact back in May. And interestingly enough, just an aside, at our last planning commission hearing, we had members of the public who are very familiar with business and how resorts are run and what we're proposing, who said, dude, the folks that prepared this didn't get this right. They did not get this right. In fact, your numbers are way low. You have way underestimated what you need or how many jobs are going to be produced here. We were conservative, I guess you could say. New construction-related jobs are estimated at over 3,200. New annual jobs, direct on-site jobs, 308. Total jobs throughout the economy, both direct and indirect, 870. Next, please. Now, if you believe that those job numbers were low, these numbers are probably low as well. This is the fiscal impact to the city. It's very important, I know, and you all want development to pay its way. You want growth to pay for itself. And I think you will see in the development agreement, if we get to the development agreement, if you all move this on, that we have also committed to provide additional funding for infrastructure impacts for the bridge and additional money for infrastructure impacts for public safety, particularly fire on the island. So let's look at construction sales tax. Now that's a one-time revenue, and that's estimated to be about $8.9 million. Now this is about a $398 million project. So that's the potential construction sales tax. The new annual tax revenue is estimated to be the state, $4.6 million. What a surprise, they get the largest piece of this. The county gets $1.3 million. Lake Havasu City, this is annual, $2.8 million a year. School district, $1.1 million. It was nice at the Planning Commission. We had one speaker say she was a teacher associated with the schools. I forget exactly what she said, but she was very pleased to see this number. That's new annual total tax revenue of about $10 million. And if you look at the direct and indirect impact of this every year to the economy of Havasu, it's over $91 million. Next, please. In conclusion, I know you were waiting for those words from me. In conclusion, this is a quote again where we started from the staff report. Staff believes the proposed amendment is in conformance with and in furtherance of many goals and policies within the general plan. And that's based on all staff review of 99 pages of our submittal, along with separate technical documents that we submitted. Now, this is their collective professional recommendation and opinion. We concur. Next, please. Now, Madam City Attorney, I apologize. I know I'm clearly out of bounds on this one because this is from the zoning staff report, but I can't help it. This was a quote out of the staff report for the zoning on the community impact, but I think it's apropos. The proposed development will add another quality entertainment resort property with related open space, boating, housing, a variety of housing, and community amenities to the city, thereby continuing the promotion of Lake Havasu City as a premier destination as evidenced by USA Today, number 10 and number 6, right? I mean, so as evidenced by that, you're on the right track. We think we can help you with this, even make it better. Next, please. The Planning Commission recommendation. You have a Planning Commission recommendation. I am so impressed with, not that it matters what you guys think I'm impressed with, but with your Planning Commission. They were, and Councilmember Campbell talked about the importance of the recommendation of your commissions. They were thorough. Wow. They were thorough. They did their homework. They asked insightful questions. They provided opportunity for extensive public input with 2 public hearings. Your chairman was encouraged public input, did not cut people off unnecessarily. I mean, he ran a great meeting and very much made the public feel comfortable commenting at both of these hearings. We listened to all of that from the commission and from the public when we went through those 2 hearings, and the plan evolved as we did that. And you know what? The team evolved as well as we went through this. As we came to know Havasu better, I've got to tell you, the community, irrespective of what happens tonight, if you turn this down or you approve it, I have to say that your community was welcoming. It was kind. When we had disagreements, we resolved them agreeably. Whether full-time residents or seasonal residents, and you'll hear them tonight, they are thoughtful and well-informed, whether in support or opposition. And I just want to say thank you to the Planning Commission for this, and also to your citizenry for that. Obviously, their recommendation to you is a unanimous recommendation for approval. And finally, really finally, I apologize for the long presentation. I tried to warn you, but I apologize for the long presentation. And I thank you for your patience in giving me the grace to go through this. This property owner has not and will not do the bare minimum that you expect or that is required out of the community or out of the code. He is committed to excellence. That has been his mantra for his professional life. We have worked for 27 months to collaborate with the community and demonstrate that we are committed to excellence and we will not do the bare minimum. Just like this project is not typical, remember, innovative, different. This project is not difficult or typical. This client, this developer is not typical. He is innovative and he is different. We hope that you will give us the opportunity to move forward with this case and bring this collaborative vision to life in Havasu. Mayor, members of the council, vice mayor, would respectfully request your approval of this case. And as you well know, it requires a majority of 5 of you to move this case forward so we can have a zoning hearing on this. So with that, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or wait until after public comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berry, and thank you for the presentation. And Mr. Gilbert, thank you for the presentation. Does that include your report at this point, Mr. Gilbert? We go into discussion with the council. And do you have anything to add before we start council discussion?
Oh, no, I was just going to make myself available for questions.
Okay, perfect. All right, yeah, thank you. I had the opportunity to attend both of the neighborhood meetings, which our city code requires a neighborhood meeting to notify a 300-foot radius, and you all opened it up to the entire community. My experience obviously was just a snapshot of time where I was there for maybe 30 minutes for each of them. But I was impressed with the engagement of you and your team, talking with our citizens and making changes on the fly. So thank you for doing that and incorporating that. It obviously was highlighted this evening in this presentation. So thank you for that. What we're here to do today is just for those of you that are engaging maybe for the first time in a zoning case, is that in this case, we have to have a discussion about a major amendment to the general plan. That's the item that's in front of us right now. That's what we need to have the 5 votes or more to move forward with. If we move forward from the major amendment to the general plan, and that is successful this evening by vote of this council, then we'd move to the next discussion, which would be the rezoning hearing. So then there will be another item that would go along with this. When it comes to the general plan, is obviously it's our current general plan supports this development as was highlighted in this report that we have in front of us. But it also it takes into account that all the way back to the Mr. McCulloch days, when McCulloch Boulevard ended at the Nautical Resort there, it was a golf course, and it was a golf course to encourage people to come to Lake Havasu and purchase a property with a Holly salesman and be part of this dream that we all get to be a part of today. And so in all subsequent general plans, which they have to be updated every 10 years, it was always the golf course was carried forward because there was never a vision of something different, even though we knew it was state trust land and it could eventually change hands or change uses, but it was always carried forward. So that's really the reason why we're having to do this, is that carry forward of the golf course plan, because it's just what it always was from way back when Mr. McCulloch started the community. So again, what we're doing on this particular item is the major amendment to the general plan. We then will have a subsequent public hearing should that item pass on the zoning, and we get into a little bit more of the details. So with that, I'll open it up for questions from members of the council before we open up the public hearing. Vice Mayor Diaz?
Yeah, I just, Mr. Gilbert, I appreciate your presentation. But it's going to be kind of hard to have a discussion on just the major amendment to the general plan by not talking about the rezone. I mean, it's almost, they're so married together, you can't disengage them. So people are going to want to talk. I mean, even looking at some of the stuff in the report here, it says water and sewers and drainage and electric, and it says will be talked about after we approve this in the plan, in the rezoning. But we have to talk about it now in order to.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Diaz, do you have questions on anything?
No, I just want. I'm going to wait to get feedback from all the citizens here before I ask some questions. But we can't tell them. I hope we don't tell them. Oh, that's going to be the next one.
No, we're going to have a full discussion.
Okay, thank you.
So any questions that come forward, we'll answer those questions as they may come forward. Councilmember Campbell?
Mayor, my original question was just basically on the major general plan amendment, but I have to say, I thank you for your presentation, because it actually helps me to describe what I'm going to say in a little bit more detail. And according to what Vice Mayor Diaz also just stated, my family were original pioneers, 1965. We've seen the city grow immensely. We're absolutely surprised to sit on the island and look back and see what Lake Havasu City has become, to start with. It's a true blessing for my husband and myself and my children to be able to say that we were a part of this. We were a welcoming community. But the problem that I have, and I'm going to read it and maybe you'll understand. My suggested motion, if I was to motion, is this. I move to adopt resolution number 26-3889, approving a major general plan amendment, revising the future land use map designations of 1040 McCulloch Boulevard North from open space and park to commercial mixed use, resort, residential, and resort related island, period. Nowhere, I loved your presentation. If you're paying him by the hour, you're paying a lot, okay? I'm just kidding. But the part that I have a problem with this, as a developer and as a community member that have seen developers come into town, wish us the world, and then change it. Wish us the world, and then something happens and they sell it. And guess what? If we sell it, we've already amended it to say open space. So our general plan is now, because it says period, and this is a simple fix for me, and we're going to get into the next and we're going to listen to the community. But the only way I would accept this general plan amendment, revising the future land use map designation, would be contingent if the next item passes. Because my concern is what if, and everything, you almost sold me on the affluent for sure, because we had that golf course for a reason. We were depositing a lot of affluent water there. And then when the golf course went away, we've had some weekends that's a problem. The other part that I see as a top priority for me, and we're already addressing it. And again, I'm the infrastructure and road person. I'm going to advocate 100% for all the infrastructure to get through the new bridge. We have to do that. These are good, positive growth vision for our community. These two items will eliminate a majority of the issues that we may have right now on the island. I'm not going to say may. I'm very aware of that we have excessive affluent, and having the sewer pipe going under our channel. That has been there a long time. So those are my major concerns. We're already addressing them. We have the money, thank goodness to legislators that are sitting in our bank. And as a community, I don't think we've ever had that, where we have that much money saying the staff and all of us better get it done and get it done right. So it seems like you're a good partner on that. And the only way, I guess, at this point, you could say, well, that's a general plan, Nancy. It doesn't matter. The zoning is going to happen second. But to make me feel better, it would be contingent that the next item passes as well. The general plan can pass tonight, only contingent on the second item, the zoning passing as well. Am I making sense?
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, thank you for bringing that
Just
forward.
Complete clarity.
Yeah, so without this item passing, we can't even have the discussion on the zoning. The way the zoning case, not to get too into the detail of what the zoning case is going to be, is it's a planned development, which means whatever is approved by council, if it is approved by council, that's all that can be done without going through another public process. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
it's just a clarity piece.
So the real question that we're being asked on this item is irregardless of the pictures we saw and all of the things, are we comfortable with this space being commercial, mixed use, resort residential, and resort related island? That's the question we're being asked, regardless of what the layout is. And then in the subsequent, but we can't even have the subsequent conversation if we're not okay with those three uses. So just to water it down exactly, like what are we being asked? Are we okay with those three uses?
Well, you're putting a period at the end of that, which means if we do that, are you trying to say the city would still consider that just golf course and they'd have to go back? Because as I know for a fact that if a piece of property is zoned a certain way, I may not have to even come in front of the city. Or do you saying that without a doubt it's going to still be zoned golf course, even though we say this on the general plan, it's still going to say golf course? But yes. I'm the legalese of it all. I like things very, very crystal clear for my constituents, that nothing can go wrong later. Nothing. And so basically, how hard is it to say, I approve this general plan contingent that the next one passes?
Sure,
period.
I understand. Yeah, so no matter what, the zoning remains as a golf course right now. That's what the zoning is right this second. So if we were to pass this general plan amendment, we would now have a general plan amendment that allows for mixed use, residential resort related island with a non-conforming use of a zoning for golf course. That's it. So it still has to remain golf course. But Ms. Gary, what is your thought on having it contingent on the next item passing?
Quick, trying to scan the statute to see if there's any restriction on us making such a contingency. Initially, in the very couple seconds that I've had to review it, I can't find anything that says that we can. So it is possible that we can make that contingent. Give me a little more time to research it up here. If you have done this before through your firm, I'd be happy to hear whether that has been successful or not. But otherwise, I can keep searching, and then by the time we get through all the comments,
the public comments, we'll have a better understanding. Yeah, Mr. Berry?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, if I understand the question or the approach, is Councilmember Campbell, you want to ensure that when the general plan, if it passes, that the zoning case would also have to be approved as submitted. Otherwise, the general plan what?
Stays as is.
As park.
They both fail then. If one fails, the other one fails. And then we start, everybody, if this general plan fails anyways, you're starting from, we're all back to scratch, back to square one. So I'm just stating, because we've just asked our attorney and she's like, I don't want anything that may go a different way, because I will tell you, I have seen it over and over again. So, because they'll be back to, well, the general plan said this, and now we're in front of a zoning again for another something else. But I think it's a simple ask. I don't think I'm asking for a lot here. I'm just asking for a slight contingency.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Campbell, I don't know the validity of it, but what the heck?
Thank you.
That's why.
That's what I say. What the heck? What does
I don't
it hurt?
get paid the big bucks like you guys do. But
no, I make a lot. No, I don't.
We are in accord with that. We have no intention of doing anything other than 27 months of hard work with the community, keeping our word to the community, the commission, and to you, so that if that zoning case does not pass, we have some unforeseen problems as well that are major for us.
Right.
So we understand that, and we would live with the idea that if the general plan passes and then the zoning case does not pass, then the general plan is moot.
It is, but it isn't, because we've already just amended the general plan.
But
that's why the question we're being asked is, no matter, irregardless of what the plan is, we saw great pictures, we saw those, are we okay with those 3 land uses? That's really, at the end of the day, what the question is. And then if the council moves forward and approves that major amendment to the general plan, and then we get to the zoning case, and the zoning case is not approved, or we don't like it, or whatever that might be, then we would still have to be okay with allowing those 3 land uses, because then someone could come back through with another zoning case, the owner of the property, allowing for those 3 uses going forward. So but we'll do some more research while we take public comment. Point well taken. Are there any additional questions before we open public comment? Councilmember Lynn?
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm so sorry, Michelle. Ms. Lynn, I don't mean to interrupt, but just brought up a good point that there is, under our own policies and procedures for the council meetings, that we could do a motion to reconsider. So if you were to approve the general plan amendment now, go through the process, and then the rezone, for whatever reason, goes a different way, you can always bring a motion to reconsider the action that you take on this item.
Yeah, great point.
Yes.
That's a good clarifying point. I think that addresses it right there. Does that make sense, Councilmember Campbell? So,
I personally think my way is easier right now. It's
yeah,
pretty
so what would
simple.
happen is this: so if we approve the general plan, a major amendment to the general plan right now, we then get to the zoning case. So that's approved, case closed. Move to the zoning case, say that does not get approved. A council member then makes a motion to reconsider the prior action and null and voids what we have here. So they're still doing more research, but just know there's
that would have to be a supermajority.
And it sounds like that's exactly what I'm kind of
It is,
saying.
but it's the legal mechanism to get there. So yeah, it's the legal mechanism for us to achieve what you're asking. But we'll still do a little bit more work. Councilmember Lynn?
Thank you for the presentation. I think that my major concern with this is this entire presentation is based on the 2016 general plan. And we're less than 11 months of going into approving a brand new general plan. And this is all wonderful and great, but I don't even know what that looks like. I don't think none of us know what that looks like. I'm not on that committee. We have a whole committee. So our entire general plan in 10 months could completely change. This is everything you presented. It was quoted many times on the 2016 general plan. And I know that's what we're making the amendment to. I just have concerns that this is just really premature, and if we could wait. And I'm not asking you wait, I'm telling you that's where I'm thinking. And then that same thought is on our bridge. Yes, we have the money there. We say there's a commitment, but the shovel has not been put in the ground yet. When reading the letter of intent, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but creating all of this, it's wonderful, it's great. But if we don't have a second bridge and a total commitment that bridge is coming in, that area cannot handle this much out there. So I love everything about this. I know that there's concerns that there's too many houses there, or they don't like the access. There's some areas on there, but I'm going to keep that to myself. I'm looking at just the general things that without having a concrete, we have a bridge and it's going to be there. It's really hard for me to commit to this.
Any other questions or comments before we open the public hearing? All right, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We didn't have anyone sign up. Okay, so anyone that would like to speak on the public hearing, you just would make way to the podium, state your name for the record, share your public feedback. There will be countdown clocks on the screens around the room, and we just ask that you address your comments directly to the council, and then we'll answer any questions we may have. Good evening.
My name is Linda Beller. I am a realtor here in town. And I'm sorry, I don't think we need that many houses on the island. Have you checked into another one of this man's development to see if he followed through with everything he had promised? Because so far, the developments I've seen here, Cherry Tree Riverfront, none of them have followed through with everything they promised that you guys approved. And I think it's time you start making investigations into this stuff to make sure we're going to get what they say. And I'm sorry, but that picture looked like it was 4 stories again on that thing. They always said that they were going to reduce that to three stories, and now the picture shows 4 stories again. When I went to the first meeting, the lady that was explaining it to me out there, she says, oh, these houses aren't going to be anything that regular people can afford. It's going to be moneyed people. Those money people aren't going to want me walking through their area all the time. Like they say, without being gated, they're going to come back to the council and want gates. I want a complete assurance that those gates will never be put up, because that lake property should belong to the people of this city should have free access to it at all times. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell.
My name is Charles Taylor. I'm a 25-year resident of the city. I appreciate you. My mayor has continually supported veterans, and I I'm with him 110%. He's always been there for us. I want to thank our council also for listening to us out there. This is strictly public safety for me. I worked with Chip Solosky on the fire department 15 years ago. Finest fire marshal that this state has ever produced. Wonderful guy. The bridge, I support these gentlemen, but that bridge has to be built out there to take care of the traffic. We're also going to have Station 8 built. We've had the property for 20 years. However, I was told that there's only fits a small building, and we're going to have some extra room for that. And looking at this, with Chief Sterling is going to have a small precinct out there. With bike patrols, because that's where we're going now in this state. We're going with bike patrols for our police. And eventually, he's going to have to deal with that. And I support him 110%, at least a small building with at least four rooms and a bathroom and shower out there for the guys. And because they're riding those bikes. But it's a beautiful project and a beautiful idea. And I just hope we can get our public safety squared. Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Jim Harris. I speak to you tonight wearing two hats, so to speak. First, I am a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. We worked long and hard on this particular project. I'd like to say that from a planning and zoning perspective, there is only one constant in planning and zoning, and that's change. And the developer here tonight addressed that pretty succinctly. We have an opportunity here, and this is the project for taking advantage of that opportunity. This developer, in all of my years on planning and zoning, I've never seen a developer go to the extent that this one has to accommodate and address the community's concerns and the neighbors' concerns, quite frankly, to their detriment. They're giving up a lot of area and property. And from a citizen standpoint, I think this is a good project. There's a lot of benefit for the taxation, the jobs, and the enhancements of the property. So I would encourage you guys to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It's been a while. Bonnie, quiet. I didn't hear anything about the airport being on the master plan. Was the airport on the master plan years back?
The airport,
On the island.
the general plan?
Yeah.
From those years?
Well, you're talking about the other on master plan, but I never heard, and of course, the airport's been gone a long time, but how does that sit on the master plan from years ago? Is there a conflict there?
No, there was a general plan amendment for the housing that now sits in that site to make it in conformance.
As long as I'm here, is there anything they're going to do about those, I guess it were student buildings at Site 6? Been sitting there forever and ever, empty? Is that on the master plan?
Well, let's talk about that later, Mr. Wisdom. We'll stay focused on this hearing, but we'll talk about that. Thank you.
I really, really liked your presentation. I mean, it blew me away. And I kept hearing those words, what'd you say, encouraged and conformed. And I like that, but they're used in two different spirits, right? If you're going to put together a presentation and spend 27 months doing it, and you're saying, hey, your general plan encourages this. Why does the general plan only change once every 10 years?
State statute.
State statute.
Required by state law.
So when you say it encourages that, the reason why they do it in 10-year intervals is so that radical changes don't happen in towns like this. When you're talking about amending the general plan, that is a huge thing. We are less than 11 months away from a general plan meeting. If this conformed with the general plan, we wouldn't have to amend the general plan, right? So while it's beautiful, when you get down to the heart of it, it does not conform and it is not encouraged by our general plan. This project is huge. And no offense to the city council here, it is bigger than you guys. This is for the whole town. That is why you have a general plan meeting and the city votes on it. I would encourage all of you to think about what we saw tonight. We saw a beautiful presentation. I liked everything about it. We saw the Riviera go in. I worked at the Riviera. At one time, they were talking about putting a wave maker in the cove so we could all surf down there. These plans change. Anybody that's been on real development, big development, the Riviera looks nothing today like the presentations that we saw at City Council. So when people dangle things in front of you like a Trader Joe's and beautiful things like this, historically, like Andy Griffiths say, is they put shiny things in front of you so that you won't know there's a hook in it until after you bought it or after you bid it. So my advice to this council is understand that this is a $389 million project. It's already waited 27 months. It can wait 11 more while we flesh it out a little more.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you for coming up and making that point, because that is, I've been there too. Like, we're 11 months away from the general plan. We haven't even broke ground yet on the second bridge. But with that said, the timing of this general plan, if you really look at cities of our size and our capacity, yes, the statute says you have 10 years. And a city that's almost built out, if you look at any of the data, it will tell you that you should probably start considering a general plan within 5 years or 6 years, because it changes so much. And right now, I look at a lot of resorts in this community and I think, I'm a demo contractor, and I think a lot of them need to be demoed down for the sake of nobody's taking. I wish they had more pride in our resort related. So I'm with you and the developer over at Havasu Heights that I'm now into 4 years trying to get workforce housing near or around Lake Havasu City. And it seems like every turn, it's a water certificate is sitting on the governor's desk we have the largest aquifer in Arizona, and it's sitting on the governor's desk for 6 to 8 months until she figures that out. And now ADAQ is just hanging on to it for 18 months, and God forbid we change one thing, it's another 10 months. And then for developers, I'm just over a little bit compassionate for people that are trying to do something positive for our community, and it seems like they're constantly getting hit with roadblocks. And then we wonder, why is everything so expensive? Well, when you have a file cabinet 6 feet tall of all the different meetings and all the paperwork and all the paperwork shuffle, but I understand people are saying exactly what you're saying, but I wish that we would have started this master plan development. This general plan. I've been asking for 3 or 4 years. Why don't we get started? There's so many things going on, including the second bridge. But thank you so much for coming up here. Great point.
Just so there's clarification on the general plan, the process has started over 12 months ago. So we are incorporating some of those same comments. So it's not like it has not started. It is about an 18-month process.
Good evening, Council. Kelly Lutz speaking. Kind of going along with what Dave Johnson said, is there a pathway on the general plan for the citizens to approve something like that change? And that's kind of a question that I'd like answered. Is that a possibility? Is this property included in the general plan with a change right now?
Yeah, all properties are included in the general plan discussion, and it's a 30 or 40,000 foot elevation view of what it is. Do we like work related land uses here? Do we like multifamily?
Well, I'm asking specifically, is this property?
They're working through that process right now. So we're not to that phase of that level. Once we get to that phase, it'll go in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission for consideration of approval, and then to the City Council for consideration of approval, and then to the voters at the general election this November.
Thank you for explaining the process, but I mean specifically, is this property owner, can he request the general plan be changed in the way that he's asking for it so the citizens can vote on it and have it occur just exactly the way that Dave Johnson said that?
No, that's the hearing we're in right now.
So, exactly. So even if we wait for the general plan, this still has to occur after that. So there is no waiting for the general plan to do anything about this property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's my point.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Lutz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Holland McDonald. I'm here with my parents, Harrison and Linda McDonald. I graduated from Lake Havasu High School. I was born and raised here. I'm about to graduate from Arizona State in May. Those are my credentials. I just wanted to say that I think the most important thing to me about this whole project is the opportunity I see it bringing. As someone in their young 20s, you know, I feel like it's pretty common to graduate and then leave because there's not much for young people here in Lake Havasu High School or in Lake Havasu. And I just think it's a really, you know, big deal to bring such a huge project here. It brings so many jobs, so much opportunity for young people like myself. And, you know, it's not a seasonal thing. It would be year round. It'd be full time. I just think it would bring tourism. It would just bring so much more that you can't really, you know, just have it. And as time goes on, I've been able to see Havasu grow since I was a little girl. And it's just one of the most important things to me. I mean, I love, you know, the people of Havasu. I love Lake Havasu. And it is just really important to me to be able to come back every time I come back to visit my parents and see more and more and more. So for someone, you know, young like me, this is a really big deal and this is great news. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Hello, I'm Danielle Broder. My family's been here since 1983. Love the growth. My question is, well, I have a couple of questions. One, he brought up a master HOA, and I know in our planning meeting last month, they brought up an HOA can change whatever they want, whenever they want. So is there a way, does it have to have a master HOA where they can come in and once it's built and they don't have the gates, then they want to put the gates up because they're an HOA and they can do whatever they want. One, and then two, can you do, I'm not sure I wrote it down. On the change, can you eliminate one or does it have to be all of them? And what I mean by, I did write notes, but apparently I can't read my own chicken scratch. The commercial, the resort, and then you have like the residential, the townhomes. I'm 100% against more homes on the island, but I'm all for a resort. I'm all for a grocery store. But I don't know anyone who want to live in a house and all traffic to the resort and the beach is going to go through their community. But the other thing is, and I said this before at the last meeting, and I hate talking on microphone, but we live in a resort town, and I know you talked about the resorts. I'm understanding we have two in this town, titled resorts, which they're great, but we have no resort amenities, none. And I'm a massage therapist. So when I say that, there is no place other than the lake for people to go and spend a day. So I would love to see something on there that is a big, nice amenity that for people who live here and go and cross the bridge and spend time on the island where we can eat and play at a park, but I'd rather have a swim up bar that I can spend the day with my sisters or friends, or I don't have kids, so. And it doesn't involve the lake. And no offense, there isn't enough money to pay me to get in that channel. Anyhow, but yeah, that's all. So.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Emiliano Torres, and I am a resident. This is the last open space on the north side of the island. All of the island on the side of Thompson Bay will now be restricted by this development. You are changing the general plan to make that whole area restricted to the residents. From Site 6 to London Beach Park will be private. Yes, we can say we're going to let people by, we're going to let people in, we're going to be open. It's private. That can change the day ink goes to paper. The new bridge will impact the development of this development. but the bridge is maybe 3 years away from completion, and they're not going to put shovel to dirt, like you were saying, Mrs. Campbell, till 3 years from now, after a new general plan is developed. And I'm sorry, but I'm the one that coined the phrase bright, shiny object, because that's all this thing was. He did not address a general plan amendment. He addressed the bright, shiny object with the buildings and the roads. None of this has anything to do with a general plan amendment. He's talking about we will now have 100% shoreline access. We have 100% shoreline access now. The only problem is we had to go through some gates or a private road through the Nautical Inn and the golf course. So of course we didn't use those beaches. That was private property. Heaven forbid, law-abiding residents are going to go through private property to use a beach. And that's what's going to happen when this project, when you change the general plan and allow this project to be developed. Please note, all the consultants were from out of town. There wasn't one local consultant on the staff. And of course, the client is going to live there. He is just a wonderful member of our community. I've never seen him. He's never attended a meeting. He was never at any of the public meetings where the presentation was given. He's nowhere to be found. It all sounds great, but none of this is real. 3 years from now, economics can change, development can change, ownership can change, and everything that was presented with the beautiful access and even trees and roads, and we're going to let everybody come through. That may happen and it may not. It more than likely will not. And when you consider public access, the closest public access in reality is the ball field. Because everything else is private. Everything else they can restrict at any time they wish. They can make all the promises in the world that this is going to be open and wonderful, but the moment you approve it, they can put up the gates. And since the project is 3 years from now, because that's what he has said, everything can change. He'll disappear and the next guy will come in and have a completely different project, but you will have already made those changes to the general plan. And we have a new general plan in development right now, and everything that is being proposed is going to happen after the fact. So I hope you reconsider and consider that you're here to represent the entire community and not any particular developer or person. Thank you very much.
Mayor, you are on the steering committee, right? You were one of the people for the general plan, if I remember correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to the board, to the commissions. I appreciate you guys are doing the due diligence. You're showing up, all the studies are there. What was the total overall consensus that you got? The overall consensus was that you think the general plan will say they want to keep it golf course?
It's never been discussed.
Oh, it hasn't?
Never been discussed.
I thought that, no?
And something I didn't necessarily want to address here, but since you brought it up, we've been labeled a steering committee. We're a focus group. The consultants present us things and we nod our heads and say, yes, that sounds like a good idea. I can't even get a hard copy of what they're going to present at the next meeting.
Okay, and I'm not.
So we have very little input. Everything is being orchestrated to us so that the consultants are doing a very good job of keeping us focused on what they want and not necessarily what the focus group, that's what I'm calling us, a focus group. We're not a steering committee.
And see, I really depend on direction of our community members. And I thought we've had lots of public outreach and I've only talked to the staff, I think a couple times that are doing the general plan amendment because again, like I said before, I can't be the weeds of everything at all times. I just can't. I really depend on everybody and the staff and the consultants to give me direction, right? And I have received numerous emails, phone calls, and as I look around the room, I think I've spoke to quite a few of you in the room already about this particular situation. And most of them come back and say, I'm all for a resort, almost like what you're saying here in the general plan amendment, which is we want this on the island. That's what I keep hearing, you know? So I guess we could go out to vote, but I was just wondering if you had better direction, you could tell me what is favorable for this location, or you have no idea at this point.
No, it's never been brought up. It's not part of the structure they've been providing us. And let me give you an example. We had 2 presentations on this development.
Yeah, Mr. Torres, we need to stay specific to this zoning case or the land use
Okay.
case. So you can have a conversation with Councilmember Campbell afterwards.
Yeah, and I think you've answered my question. I've been dying to hear what does that look like, you know?
Pertains to this development. This answer does pertain to this particular question. The consultants had 2 meetings in the library to discuss this, and it had a wonderful turnout. I made a point of being at those 2 meetings with the public at the library.
Thank you.
There were 2 people.
Yeah, there you go.
Only 2 people showed up. The consultant and the city staff thought I was kind of crazy because I hung out for an hour and a half twice. I did that so I could do a number count.
Okay.
2 people.
Thank you much.
Good evening, Council. James Gray with Economic Development. I'll keep my comments to Mr. Gilbert's request on the general plan amendment. And I wanted to talk about the value of the uses. So one, this is the first waterfront resort development in 25 years since the heat. Our economy is hospitality and tourism. That affects all of us. I've heard the mayor say many, many times, we all pay lower taxes because of our visitors and because of places like that's being discussed right now, a brand new resort. They want to come in and be a part of Lake Havasu and add to our shared product and bring more value. Our visitors changed, and I think that this development reflects that. Second, the retail village. The people on the island want this. They talked about shaping the uses, the services, reducing traffic. They're working their way into their neighborhood, the island. And that's a real added bonus. That use is going to be hugely additive if you live on the island. And then third, I know everyone says they don't want houses. Everyone doesn't want anyone to live next to them. But housing does pay for the services at the resort, at the retail village. And then finally, I would ask, I've been in development and economic development for 20 years. I don't think you've heard a developer come in and talk with people around the development. The neighbors make so many concessions, and the very neighbors that they have, they're not here complaining. They have an agreement. They're on board. That's incredible. In our line of work, usually there's some type of line where someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. And here we have a lot of things that are coming online to make this a success. Sometimes when I sit back there, I hear just a lot of, we're trying to figure out a way to say no when the opportunity is right at our doorstep. So I'd encourage you to say yes. And one last thing, and I said it at the planning and zoning. This is only 90 acres. Pittsburgh Point is 3,200 acres. It's a pretty small sample size, and they're going to bring high value concentration to what is just an old dusty golf course. Thank you.
Can I just say something? Yeah. Mr. Gray, I really respect your comments, but I find it really challenging as the PED CEO for you to come up and advocate for a project when the city funds the PED. I find a lot of struggle with that. And I'm sorry I just had to say that. Coming up here and advocating for a project when we're the city and we fund your PED, it just seems to me that that's not good.
Councilmember Lind, he's doing exactly what the contract says. The economic development was briefly brought forward in part of the presentation, but thank you, Mr. Gray. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Councilmember Diaz.
Not to Mr. Gray, but
yes.
When exactly was an agreement signed with the nautical? I mean, with the condo groups over there? Did you have a signed agreement with them?
Yes. Mayor Sheehy, Vice Mayor, members of the council, yes, we do. I'm happy to show it to you if you'd like. Just a date. It was yesterday, December 12th. We sent it to them on December 23rd. They had to go through their board and their effort with their management company and the board. It was signed by the board chair yesterday and docu-signed to us. Thank you.
I'm a little shorter, sorry. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Andrea Hellert. I'm currently the CEO of the Lake Havasu Area Chamber of Commerce and a longtime resident of Lake Havasu City. I was born here in the 70s and my parents have been here since 1963. So I've watched this community grow, but today I'm really here on behalf of the Chamber and our building industry partners to speak in support of this item. I want to echo the sentiments of our Planning and Zoning Committee Chair. I was at the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting as well, hearing all of the updates from our presenter. The scope of this project really represents an important opportunity for Lake Havasu City, not only in terms of development, but in how it supports our local economy, workforce and tourism-driven community. This project as a whole has a strong potential to create both short-term and long-term employment opportunities. Local construction partnerships, for an example, can support our skilled trades and construction professionals, benefiting our future workforce and helping retain our local talent, as she suggested. But it also has meaningful implications, not just for construction, but also for hospitality and tourism, as James suggested, which are foundational to our Lake Havasu's identity and our economic health. So as our city grows and we support responsible development, we enhance our ability to attract visitors, seasonal residents, events, and new business activity, even more so than we have in the past. Increased development supports demand for this industry, directly benefiting our hospitality workers, our tourism operators, and our small businesses that absolutely rely on our visitors' spending. So the economic impact extends well beyond the project itself. New development drives our private investment, strengthens our tax base, as he mentioned, and supports local businesses across multiple sectors. So when projects like this move forward, we see increased activity for suppliers, for contractors, retailers, service providers. The fact that they're bringing additional amenities really enhances multiple sectors. So it also creates increased amenities for our local island residents and community members. So on behalf of the Chamber and the building industry community, we do believe that the amendment to the general plan and this project support Lake Havasu City's vision for intentional, strategic, and balanced growth that strengthens our economy and our workforce. For these reasons, we respectfully encourage the City Council to approve this amendment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Members of the council, my name is John Parrott. I live at 2490 Lima Drive. I'm in the commercial real estate business, but I don't have any financial dealings with this project. I have a lot of reasons why I'm going to come and talk when we get to the rezone, but I don't want to get Mr. Gilbert mad at me. I think we need to amend the general plan because this is the ugliest 90 acres in Lake Havasu City. This has not been a golf course since Ken Bartles ran the Nautical Inn. When we had the balloon festival out there, we had, other than golf carts, we had more accidents from people falling on that property than any other problem. So we can amend the general plan and make it something other than open space, and I think that'd be very positive. I think you really need to pay attention to Mr. Harris's comments. He's a fixture in the planning and zoning, and he says he's never seen a developer jump through the hoops the way this one has. I mean, people are being negative. Well, they just agreed to create an easement, 100 feet of shoreline. So they are proving what they're doing. My friends in Scottsdale speak very highly of the developer, and I'm not familiar with any of the projects, but I haven't had anybody say that they are not a quality developer. And James Gray's point, I think, is very critical, that this is our first waterfront development on the island. We need a quality developer like this to be our partner. Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask Mr. Parrott, you also are on the steering committee, right?
I am on the steering committee, and I have a very positive feeling about the steering committee and the things we've made. We haven't had huge numbers of meetings, but they've all been open. Steve Greeley and I are always fighting with each other.
Well, yeah, that's what we do in this community, and hopefully we walk away and can still be friendly about it. But I was just going to see your perspective of this whole rezone. Again, I agree with you. I am not okay with that golf course just sitting there vacant with affluent accumulating and mosquitoes flying around. What are we going to do with it? And I'm getting what Mayor is stating at this point, that if we go with can we at least somewhat agree that the general plan use would be resort residential or resort related island? And I think that's what we had said prior to the whole island, isn't it? Like the island body beach plan. And so, yes, we may be expediting it 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 months for the voters to go out there. But the number of people that I'm hearing from clearly are not okay with, we just want to keep that golf course there. I've had people say, well, the developers, you just build a golf course there. You bought it. You got to make it work. And I'm a businesswoman. And if it was still a successful golf course, it would be there. And we were super fortunate that we have our golf course in town. And that was because we has, as you know, long-term stakeholders that love this community and didn't want to make our whole golf course in downtown could almost look like that park. I mean, that golf course looks like, and all the residents up and down RE or golf course might be looking at dirt. If it wasn't for was it 2 or 3? It was Jeff Gilbert, Dan Essie, and maybe one more that just took a developers that said, I'm going to take one for the team and I'm going to make the best out of it that I can. And thank goodness they did. So I would have to say, I don't think any of us want it to be what it is right now. Unless, if you do, let me know, because I have not heard that.
I'm sure it's the ugliest 90 acres in town. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parrott. Yeah, Ms. Bell, you just get one opportunity. You can speak again at the zoning hearing, but just one opportunity.
Well, this is not on that. I just have a question the whole town keeps asking. When are you going to start the bridge?
Yeah.
Before all the money is gone again, when are we going to have a bridge?
Yeah, the money's not gone, but I'll talk about that offline, Ms. Bell, to you, okay? That's not what this item is here in front of us, okay?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ross Hobday. I've lived in town about 37 years. I served 2 terms on the school board. I served 9 years at the hospital, and I've served a fair amount of time on the PED. The general plan to me is an outline of the direction that we want to go. To say that it was written in stone once it's come up would be a drastic mistake, because through 10 years, life changes. So when opportunity comes, we have to decide on if it's worth changing the general plan, like the process we're going through tonight. And this company has gone through 27 months of trying to get this done and stuff like this. So I would say that waiting for 11 more months for the next general plan, we'll just be doing this exact same thing, because it's going to be general planned as a golf course, because that's what it was. Now, it never was public land. It was always state land that we just trespassed on as kids, and it was great, but that's a whole nother story. But I think that we have to look forward. Now, as I get older, I had a business here in town, and I was lucky enough to retire. I've always been pro-growth because financially it helped me. I'm a capitalist at heart. And so I was happy to see the town grow. When I moved to town, there was like 14,000 people, no stoplights, no nothing. Is it what I'm looking for today as a older person who dislikes people anymore? Not really. But I think really for the balance of our future, and I've talked to Nancy extensively on this, is that we have to have, what's our 25-year plan? Where do we want to be? It has to be bigger than just 10 years. So the 10-year plan is a good start. It's a great outline. But where are we going to be in 25 years? I'm 4 generations of my family lives in this town, from my parents to my grandchildren. I want them to continue living here forever. My dad was born and raised in Parker, so it's not like we haven't been in the area. Do I trust lawyers? Dude, not even a chance. But I expect my elected officials to make sure what we've heard tonight go forward. If they're going to deed the public access, because I don't like HOAs and I don't want them putting up gates later down the road after they've got everything done that they wanted. So the devil's always in the details. So I expect, as my elected officials, if this goes through tonight, which I hope that it does, and the zoning is changed, which I hope that it is that we then, in the details as they move forward, that with what we were told tonight is then set in stone as deeded property over to the public and so on and so forth. It's never going to be a golf course. It's not profitable. It's not going to happen. Ultimately, the island is going to be full of homes probably. Is it my wish? Not really. But sometimes things moving forward are not what we as one person want, but what is the best thing for our community to be a strong community, to move forward. I've had a really good chance of traveling since I retired. And you can't go almost anywhere in the United States or someone hasn't heard about Lake Havasu. And it's normally very positive. I've been to Europe. Even people there have seen it on the news. That's not been quite so positive. But I think we have to really focus on where are we going to be and what are we moving forward. With my time running out, I just want to say I hope that you approve this and we move forward onto the zoning, and we can recount if it doesn't move, so we have an out there. But I think this is a positive gesture for the city, done in the correct manner. And we need to look at 25 years, not 10. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hobday.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, Mr. Gilbert.
if I may real quick, because this has been brought up by multiple people, I'm going to have to break my own rule here. This was going to come up in the rezoning hearing later, but the platting process that will follow if this project ends up being approved, the platting process will require that the easements and that be the shoreline easements, cross-access, ingress, egress easements are all going to be included on the plat. So they'll be recorded with the county. So those will be permanent. And that's the way that will be, you could say, codified ultimately. So that will answer all the questions that came up that people have brought it up.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Greeley. It's not every day that we go through a general plan amendment, especially a major general plan amendment. That's why there's safeguards, and I know that. The mayor has detailed those, that it has to be 5 members to vote yes, a supermajority of the council. To amend the general plan from open space and park to commercial mixed-use residential resort and related island is wrong. There is no second bridge at this time. We are currently updating our general plan. The citizens will vote on a new general plan in 10 months. It may emulate the current general plan, or it could be totally different on what is voted on tonight. Let the voters of Lake Havasu City determine development on our shoreline and island, not a select few. Current residents on the island refer to the island vibe. Allowing a change to our general plan will surely eliminate that feeling. People enjoy the open space and that the island provides. By granting a major amendment to the general plan will change the landscape of the island and shoreline forever. You will also open up the possibility of more island and shoreline development. I urge you to vote no on the general plan, on the current general plan amendment. Questions? Do as I say.
There's no questions. We had on my ride home, we had all the questions, didn't we?
I must also state that I'm a member of the General Plan Update Committee, and we have talked about this, not in great detail, but it has been brought about. I've brought it up, and referring to Mr. Parent's comments about he and I going at it all the time, that just shows that we have discussed this during our committee meetings, but once again, nothing has been voted on or in any type of a presentation form, just to be clear.
And so basically your direction explained to us that you've told me already that you would like to see no development on that island.
Well, without getting into the zoning part of it, yes, to a certain degree, the residential for sure.
Okay.
The other stuff I think is negotiable. This is a process, right?
Yes.
This is a presentation. You know, the folks that are representing the developer are doing a great job. Here's our wish list.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what we're willing to back off and to concede. I think it's time that the community gets up to the plate and says, okay, here's what we're willing to concede. And if this does move to the the rezoning portion of that, maybe that's the discussion that we have at that time. But from the outset, I understand some of the comments. I really do. If this was 2019 or 2020, a few years after the general plan of 2016, really don't have an issue. But we're just a handful of months. Maybe I'm not saying it properly. We're exactly 10 months away from the citizens of Havasu voting on a new general plan. And I think that's something that's super important, not only to mention the second bridge. The second bridge is a catalyst to this. I mean, even by their own presentation, having two bridges really makes this thing work. Having one bridge, not so much. So until, we know for sure, break ground on the second bridge and let the people vote on this in November, they can prove me wrong, and that's fine. But I think the citizens of our community need to have that opportunity.
And I'm just going to close with this because we always have great debates, and I love that about you, Steve. That I'm always going to talk about infrastructure, and right now we have affluent just saturating that grass out there. And some of the work that they're planning on doing is going to improve that. I mean, the staff can talk about that later, what their plans are, plus the trees and the irrigation portion of it. We're talking about an ADAQ getting passed where any extra affluent might be dumping in our lake. And I'm sure half the community is going to go, what did you do to stop that? What are you doing to fix that? Because I agree, there should not be one we should try every possible thing we can before we start dumping any affluent into our lake. And I would assume we both agree on that. And so anything, like, it could be a win-win. The community gets what they want. And that's only based on, if you take it out, the fact that the general plan is only 11 months away or 10 months away, the amount of emails I've read through every one of these, like I said, there's only so many hours I can spend in the weeds, but I did listen to the community and a big majority said something needs to be done there. And then when we hear the part that they are going to utilize the affluent and help with, I'll let the staff tell you, the infrastructure public work portion that they're going to improve over there, that kind of makes my heart a little bit happier. So
no, I understand that. My question to the city is, over the past 11 years since the golf course closed in 2015, has there been discussion with the state land department about using affluent out there? Has there been discussion with the state land department about, hey, this is public land, it's under your leadership, do something about it? Have those discussions happened on a state level with us?
Yeah, we used it for all those years until the property was purchased, and then we also entered into an agreement with the new purchasers of it as well.
But I mean, the upkeep. I know Mr. Parrott and some others were concerned about the upkeep. It is a dust bowl out there, but
yeah, state land's out at this point. It's been sold now to private, but it
was a dust bowl since the golf course closed.
Yes,
right. So all those years, not since the developer purchased the property, all those years it just was out of sight, out of mind, And I think the city and for the most part, the state had a responsibility of keeping that property maintained.
Thank you, Mr. Greeley.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Bonnie Toy. I had some really weird questions because everybody keeps talking about his fancy object, bright, shiny object promises. And I don't know if you realize it, but from what I read a couple of years ago, Falcon Eye Ventures had real estate down in the Phoenix area. And so I was wondering why, well, I did go to the website and look up the name online, Falcon Eye Ventures, and the website that I see tonight is completely different than the website I saw 2 years ago when they first bought the land. And I know that they do have something called the Scottsdale Quarter, I believe, or at least may have used to. And when people talk about referencing his bright, shiny object promises, and they're referencing the promises of the Riviera and the Foothills and Havasu Heights, those are different companies, and they're not their company. So what bright, shiny objects did they promise Scottsdale and that did not come through? And would that apply in this case? Also, I would like to completely recommend Don Wisdom's suggestion in regards to the bridge, and you should not put it over the channel. You should put it over by Mulberry and just redesign the whole thing and do it right, and ask this person right here to take that bridge from Mulberry and put it up into his golf course, because it would be the perfect place for it. You have all that undeveloped property out by the Mulberry, like Don Wisdom said, and then you would have all the undeveloped property over by the golf course, and you would not have to tear up Windsor Beach area, and you wouldn't have to tear up the Malibu and London Bridge Road area by doing what Mr. Wisdom suggested a couple years ago. I don't know why we never listened to that suggestion, but it would benefit the city. Seriously. Yeah, it would put a big bridge in the lake, but it would be really prettier than what you're trying to do across the lake and not go into the lake. Just wanted to make that recommendation also. But is there any way to compare his Scottsdale bright, shiny objects to our bright, shiny object?
But you're using Google. I'd get on there and Google it and take a look at it.
I attempted.
See what Scottsdale Quarters looks like. So
I attempted, and it's a completely different than.
yeah, so there's reassurances, Ms. Toy. We're getting a little bit in the weeds in some of the comments, but the comments are all really fantastic when it comes to the major amendment to the general plan. The real question here, just again to simplify it, is do we want these uses that are being proposed in that land? When it comes to the subsequent item, which would be the next hearing, if this one passes, we would get into the zoning and what the areas that we will be able to protect, what it is we're looking through a development agreement, easements, as Mr. Gilbert had mentioned, and some other of the recorded things through the plat process. And we can ensure that as you're saying, the bright, shiny objects actually occur through the ordinance. So, but as far as the major amendment to the general plan, really, we're just being asked right now, do we want those three uses in that particular land, which is currently supported by the general plan we have today?
Thank you. Do we have a coffee break?
Yeah. Would anyone else like to address the council on this item?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Brian Springberg. I've been a resident in Lake Havasu City since 1973 and been involved in a number of different organizations. And tonight I'm coming to speak to you all in favor of this project for many of the reasons that you've heard before. One of the things that struck me was a gentleman made the comment of, remember, you are representing the entire community. And I thought, yeah, That's exactly right. You are representing this community. And I thought I'd do something kind of fun because everybody, this is serious, but maybe let's try a different tact. I thought we'd try a thought experiment. And the thought experiment goes like this. Say, me and 2 or 3 or 4 of the people here are all out to breakfast 10 years from now. And 10 years from now, we go, remember that one council that met back in the beginning of 2026? And they had that opportunity to embrace that developer, but they chose not to. What was the developer willing to do? Offer them when they decided to say no. So I just want to make sure I have the facts correct. The developer is bringing in the water, gas, electric, sewer. The developer is giving 100 feet of shoreline, and having grown up here, let's say they only gave the 15 feet of shoreline. It's not usable shoreline. So it's a moot point. It's a moot discussion. I understand it is sensitive for those who want to preserve quality of life in our community. And I, as much as anybody, believe in that. But to preserve quality of life, for saying that we're going to preserve cliffs, not beaches, rugged rocks, not beaches, but then the developer is still willing to give 100 feet of that and do that just so the visuals from lake forward are complementary. They're willing to do that. They've cut back their density. I forget the numbers. Was it 30 or 40% from the original proposal? And I believe the Islanders' density next door is 30 or 40% more than what is being proposed. The Islanders' been here for a little while. The bridge will be built, and this project, of course, will take time. So it make sense that it works out perfectly? In other words, by the time there's actual people living here, the bridge will take time, and those two things would coincide. Is it my understanding that the developer is also contributing a cash contribution to the city in addition to any taxes that would benefit the city? So the school district gets whatever, $1.1 million a year. The city gets $2.8 million a year. The developer is going to have a home on site. And somebody actually disparaged that. If you are a developer, why on God's earth would you want to have anybody whose development you built know you have a house there to complain to you? They're willing to do that. That is not something to disparage. That is something to embrace. So I think of all those things and I think, well, why would somebody say no to this? And maybe it's, I don't want houses on the island. And I actually kind of get that. But here's how I look at it. It's in private hands. We are a nation of capitalists. We are a nation of developers. As long as we maintain quality of life for the citizens here, that is your job. I loved the comments because I made the same notes that this land now in the private sector, by all means, hold their feet to the fire. Squeeze them for every concession you can get. If you don't, that is on you. You are our elected officials and that is incumbent. But to say that it makes no sense to move this forward, it is a tactic delay. Let's wait till, the general plan amendment. Either you're for allowing the development of this kind of thing with mixed use, or you're not. If you vote no tonight, you are not. That's what that tells me. If you vote for this, yes. The planning and zoning, that's going to be the next question to happen. Well, that's going to happen. If we don't do this, if you don't do this, then it will remain a barren patch forever. And future developers will look at our community and we'll have a black eye on it. Believe it or not, just as simple as something from this vote. Thank you.
Hello, Council. Don Rhodes. Thank you all for your service. I wasn't going to say anything. I really wasn't, because you know how I am about these easements, height restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. It was a great presentation. I agree with Dave Johnson and everybody here. It was a great presentation. However, I heard your other presentations at the public hearings, the public meetings that you allowed. And one of the words that sticks out, or a phrase that sticks out in my mind, no guarantees, came out of this gentleman's mouth when we talked about, and I'm kind of surprised that the Planning and Zoning Commission didn't seem to bring this up, but they were talking about the lighthouses. And one of the questions directly asked of this man was, we understand that you're going to allow access to lighthouses. How long are you going to allow that access? Well, there's no guarantees. Okay? You can go back to the videos and you can look at that. They talked about public access. How long are you going to allow public access? There's no guarantees. So, as a citizen, we do have a new P&Z Bible coming. Why does this need to go forward now? Why can't it wait until after you finish the new Bible? I'm going to call it a Bible, but directives, however you want to put it. But one of the other things he said, this project is incumbent on the bridge. So if you as a city council, decide to go forward with this tonight, the bridge gets delayed, this company now has a new directive on that property, which, what does it do? It increases the value of that property, correct? And he turns around and he sells it to someone who's going to start over with their planning based on your decision here tonight. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Would anyone else like to address the council on this item?
Hi, my name is Chad Nelson, and I've worked out on the island since 2009. And I want to kind of reiterate what Chris said over here, that this portion is, I came in late, so correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just the general plan amendment, correct?
Yes.
So we're basically moving it from golf course dirt into something else. And the next phase is approving or denying what they have to propose for development. So I think a lot of the comments probably should come later, but it needs to be moved from just a golf course. It's never going to be a golf course. So I support the general plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close. Somebody getting up? I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Berry, you'll have a moment. Was there other folks from the public that wanted to speak? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. So again, what we're here tonight to discuss is general plan amendment. So it's a major amendment to the general plan. As we've heard, as simple as it is, do we think that the land supports, which our general plan does support, a use of commercial, mixed use, resort residential, and resort related island? Do we support that? And if that's the case, then we would vote in favor of that. When it comes to the zoning and some of the comments, a lot of the comments that were brought forward are there. But some of the assurances that we're talking about with ensuring that it's developed the way that is presented, some of those will come with the easements, some of those will come with the recorded plat and the development agreement and all of those types of things when it comes forward. But right now it's the major general plan amendment that is in front of us. So it's going from, as proposed, would be going from golf course or from open space and park to commercial mixed use, resort residential and resort related mainland. But Mr. Berry, if you would like to make your comments, and then we'll get into some council discussion and go from there.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As you can see how much we've appreciated the comments from the community. I think it's telling to note that you remember the Bahamas Resort. They came forward. This is 90 acres on the island. And we really didn't have people passionately opposed to this. You know, we had some folks that asked for some additional consideration or some additional, good points. In my presentation, I talked about your citizenry is informed and passionate about your city, and we appreciate that, and that's what attracts us here. Let me answer some of the questions that were raised by the community and by some of you on the council. My client, excuse me, is not a traditional real estate developer. He's not the person who developed any of the projects that were mentioned in the audience tonight as people that do not perform. Those are generally people that make their living doing real estate, and they are subject to the vicissitudes and whims of Washington raising interest rates and price of oil and those types of things. My client is in technology. He has done very well in cybersecurity. He is not a traditional real estate developer. His real estate holdings, and I'll go through some of them with you, his real estate holdings are legacy holdings, things that he's not, as they say in the trade, turning and burning. This is not one where he tries to capture a big profit and move on. For goodness sakes, if his motivation was profit, we would be doing the bare minimum and hoping that we got by so that we didn't have to, as one of the speakers say, incur the quote unquote cost of these types of community concessions. And perhaps we get turned down. But that is not what this client and this owner wants for the community. That's not how he thinks. That's not his business. His business is adding value through legacy. Let me tell you about some of his holdings. He owns Scottsdale Quarter, which he recently bought. Scottsdale Quarter. It's a mixed-use development on Scottsdale Road in Scottsdale. He's about to put $100 million in additional improvements into Scottsdale Quarter to make it even better. He owns just up the street a mixed-use development called Scottsdale Promenade. And again, he has put a ton of money into that. My client has no partners. He has no investment committee that he has to go to. It's him. So he is here for the long run. He is not motivated by the typical motivations that you might see of applicants standing in front of you. My client has lived and has a home and has owned a home in Havasu for 12 years. The reason you've not seen him out and about is you'd never know it was him. He's wearing shorts and flip-flops and a hat, and he's on his boat, and he's with his family. And he brings Mr. Megdal and his family. And they enjoy Havasu, and my client has enjoyed Havasu for 12 years. He did not ask the state land department to bring this land out. He didn't go, I want to make a quick buck on rezoning that property in Havasu because I sure love it. This is a guy, he didn't ask. He's here because, like the general plan calling for unforeseen opportunities, this is a legacy for he and his family. So it is his favorite place to be with his family, is right here in Lake Havasu. He has about 1 million square feet of retail and restaurants that he owns. Not with anybody else. He owns them. He recently got approval for, if you're familiar with Scottsdale, on Scottsdale Road, there was a little amusement park that went out of business called Cracker Jacks. And he bought that, and we rezoned it for a mixed-use project. And he has gone through the next step at the city of Scottsdale called Development Review Board to get his plans approved. The next step is to pull permits. If you call the mayor of Scottsdale or the city manager in Scottsdale and ask about my client, I don't think anyone's going to tell you anything other than his word is his bond, and he's performed and will perform. So let's talk about timing and some of the issues. Well, before I do that, let me go back to the last speaker, Mr. Rose. No guarantees. The lighthouses, if they don't, we've worked with the lighthouse, I forget the association, or I forget what you call it. We've met with them and had conversations with them. We are celebrating those lighthouses. We love them. You sign our plans, we highlight them. And in our development plan, we say we're going to preserve those. We are happy to say if they don't have easements today, let's record the permanent easements for the lighthouses. We love those things. Are you kidding? Why would we want to get rid of those? The question about how long will the public access be real? Mr. Gilbert answered that for you very clearly. And I would note, you know, I kind of have a hobby every once in a while now watching your hearings. And I don't get paid for it, unfortunately. But there was a case that came forward last year where the Riviera wanted to change, like it was a 1 acre or 2 acre parcel on the Riviera, and they wanted to decrease the density on the site and lower the height, right? And that went to commission, and then it came to council. Now, Riviera is a large master planned community. And if you want guarantees that the public's going to be heard and that whatever the community wants at the time is going to be recognized, because that is your job as elected officials, is to represent the community now. That case came forward and you had to vote on a reduction in density of a handful. I mean, literally it was one handful of units and reducing the height by 10 feet or something. They had to go through, thankfully they didn't take 27 months to do it, but they had to go through a process to go through commission and council for that change. So those that are afraid of change, or that my client is going to bait and switch you, or whatever you want to call it, A, that's not in his DNA. That's not the type of developer, because he's not a developer that he is. And secondly, you've got this multi-layer belt and suspenders to ensure the public never loses that access, lighthouses, whatever it might be. So we beseech you. We have done things the right way. You've had multiple speakers come up and say, in their tenure in Havasu, no one has gone through this process with this community that we have. Don't penalize us for doing it the right way. Don't say, we want you to wait 11 months. And oh, by the way, maybe it is 11 months, maybe it's not. Scottsdale took them 20 years to get to their 10-year plan because they had more and more and more. We don't know what the voters are going to do. We don't know what you're going to do. We don't know if the voters love our project, but turn down the rest of the plan. And we're unintended victims of a drive-by political shooting. We don't know. You want certainty out of this. You want certainty out of us. Well, you know what? We want certainty as well. You have certainty. You've got belts and suspenders and someone before you who's got a track record of doing things the right way, who has set a new precedent for your community about doing things the right way with you and your community. So we need that certainty of proceeding now, and we would hope that you would give us that now. Don't penalize us for doing things the right way. I want to talk about the bridge for a second. And Mr. Rose talked about no guarantees about the bridge. That is one thing I did say. And we want the bridge. We need the bridge. He's absolutely right. The traffic is dependent on that. We are dependent on that for the success of our project. And after consulting with my client, if it helps you all, we are happy to tell you. You tell us what form it takes, add it to the development agreement or however you want to do it. But we would be perfectly fine. We want the certainty of the bridge before we invest tens of millions of dollars in that property. So we are happy to have you write something that says we can't begin construction on that property until the construction of the bridge begins. And by the time we're done, my guess is you're going to be done with the bridge before we're done with, given the amount of infrastructure we've got to put in on that property. So if that's what makes people happy and understand, and we're not trying to do anything with the bridge other than help it. And oh, by the way, that $1 million contribution under the development agreement that we are doing in addition and in excess of anything that anybody else would do, that $1 million. Staff is specifically targeting that, I believe, for bridge enhancements and the transportation associated with the bridge, the roads associated with the bridge, and for fire. One other quick thing, one of the speakers talked about police on bikes. And if there's a need for some place for the police to have a quote unquote little substation with bikes and a place for them to hang out and have water and fill out their reports and have Wi-Fi, we would love that. And we'll do that at the retail center in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. We love that idea. It's good for everybody. Mayor, vice mayor, members of the council, I would beseech you, I would implore you, if you want that affirmation with the bridge we're all on, please give us our 5 votes. Let us go to the zoning case. And if the zoning case does not pass, let there be a motion for reconsideration to bring back the general plan. And we're willing to ride with you on that one. But please don't make us wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. All right, we now are at council discussion. Is there any council discussion on this item?
Mayor.
Councilmember Campbell, then we'll come to Councilmember Moses.
Oh, sorry.
We'll start with council.
I just want to say that the timing of the master general plan is around the corner. What I do have to say is I look around the room and I know that there's some people that were consistently going to these meetings. It's a handful, like they said, a handful. And now it's in front of us where I am absolutely okay with rezoning. There is questions, but I think you've done a great job. I'm not going to go into the second item, the general plan this way. And if it was 3 years ago or 4 years ago, these same questions would be in front of us. And, putting on the brakes and stopping as somebody that's trying to do good for the community and get you a workforce development, housing development, man, how many more times do you have to put on the brakes and just be patient? And then there isn't certainty because after a while, maybe somebody passes away or something happens in your life that you wanted to do something good, but you kept getting stopped. And I know what that feels like. And I wish the community, and who knows, I'll probably get recalled or won't get voted in again if I bring development to the community, but I have always been pro-growth. From the day we moved here. I mean, it's what I do. I build homes and flip homes. I love designing and vision. So I wish all the people that I hear saying that no growth, stop everything, put fences on each side of the highway, don't move anybody else into this town. I clearly wish that they were at all those steering committees. I wish they were at these meetings, but they were not. They were not. And so, yes, I will, under the staff's recommendation, I would move forward with the suggestion here, knowing the certainty now that there's no way later we can just rezone it to an RV park again, because we don't need any more of those. And somebody said, well, they're on the island. There's no affordable housing. I think right now you could probably live out there in an RV if you wanted to at Crazy Horse. So I think the island has plenty of trailers, plenty of RV parks and things. And I look forward to having the community step up a little bit and have to compete against a really nice development. And guess what? Your little hotel that you haven't upgraded in 40 years might go out of business and might have to be demoed down to be rebuilt to something else because another developer comes in because you've had competition. My whole life I've had competition. Every job I've ever had, I've had competition. And every day when I got up to go to work, I thought, how can I be better than my competition? I challenge somebody at this community that own businesses in this community to step up, look around. Lake Havasu City is making me sad sometimes. The quality of maintenance and long-term maintenance, and I'm begging the city to do it all the time. We've got to do a better job on our maintenance. Take care of the stuff we have today and invite developers in that want to prove us wrong. So there's my soapbox. Start the recall papers. I'll be okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Campbell. Councilmember Moses, did you?
Sure, yeah. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for everyone for coming. I understand why everyone's here. whether you're for it or against it. Change is something we all want to have an input in, and change is scary. That island has changed a lot since I've been here. I remember the days when there was nothing on there. And we all used to go out there drag racing and duct taping our buddies to the stop sign out there and all that good stuff. Sorry, Chief, statute of limitations. But thank God things changed. Thank God I've changed. But I think we can do it in a responsible way. I have some concerns about the zoning, and we can talk about that in the next 3-hour-long session. But as far as this staying a golf course, it's not going to be a golf course. And I think we to drill down on what we're really talking about here is what do we envision the uses for that land being? And from a 40,000-foot view, I think I can agree with some of these uses. They all seem to make sense. They're all amenities that residents out there ask for, and can be a great asset to the community. The launch ramp, the resort, more jobs, all of these things are great things. I look to the development right next to it, and the density there is immense. And then you look at the development right next to it, and it's not even close. I share a lot of the concerns about shoreline access, and I guess I could paint a picture about what different things look like. This developer is looking to record in a deed the setbacks and the allowances for the general public to use. There's 2 developments in the channel right across the way from each other. The Kingsview condos has 0. They can't park their boats there overnight. They can't claim it for their own selves. There's nothing they can do, and that's because that city council at the time, when that was being built, made that developer record those exceptions into and record those easements into law. We're looking to do the same thing. Right across the way from there, whoever was on council at that time did not have the foresight to see that, and only those people can park on that beach. That is the difference. And so by having these protections in place, I feel completely comfortable with moving forward with this general plan amendment. And I appreciate all the work that everyone's been going through to make this happen. But most importantly, I appreciate everybody for coming and having some input on it so that we can get something that truly benefits the Havasu City.
Thank you, Councilmember Moses. Councilmember Koch.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation this evening. I rewatched parts of the planning and zoning meeting prior to this meeting, and so you've got that rehearsed really well. I think it was verbatim. Just to reiterate a couple things, John Parrott said it is probably the ugliest piece of land in Lake Havasu City. I'll agree with you. And also, Brian, you didn't say it tonight, but you said it well at the planning and zoning meeting. If not this, then what? We hear it all the time. We want this restaurant or this store or this, to come to Havasu, and why can't we have it? If we don't approve some of these developments that show that we're forward thinking and we want to grow Havasu in a smart way, we can't attract those things. So I think this is the type of development, like it or not, never in our backyard, always somebody else's backyard. But if not this, then what would we do with the land? So I appreciate you being good neighbors. I appreciate all the concessions you made prior to even coming to us. I've been on the council for a number of years, and I don't ever remember a developer having such great relationships with their neighbors before even coming to us. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koch. Are there any other comments from members of the council? Councilmember Dolan, I don't have the benefit to see you, so if you have any comments, please let us know as well.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I want to thank the presenters. I was definitely kind of on the fence with this coming into the meeting. I do like the fact that they've addressed a lot of the issues. My biggest issue was the beach access and that it was going to be a gated community kind of blocked off. And I thought that area should be, have commercial and resort. I mean, that's where we as a city make tax dollars, and it's public access for the community to use, and they'll use those services. So I like the balance. I like that they're working with their neighbors to make amends to make it work for everyone, moving things around. So I think I'm on board with it, and I just thank them, and I look forward to working with them in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Dolan. Are there any other comments before we entertain a motion? Yeah, Vice Mayor Diaz.
So my biggest concern on this project, and I am pro development all the way. So Mr. Springberg, your mind game was a little flawed. If I vote no, I'm still pro development. But I like what you just said at the end about the second bridge. So how does that look? Maybe we ask a city manager or city attorney, or how does that look?
Yeah, Ms. Gary.
So the development agreement is on the next item, so we can go into more detail if we get to that next item, but it would just be inserting another provision into the development agreement to address whatever additional concessions that we'd like to add.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments? All right, Councilmember Campbell, it sounded like you were in favor of the motion. If you want to make a motion, or I'll entertain a motion from anyone else on council.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 26-3889, approving a major general plan amendment revising the future land use map designations for 1040 McCulloch Boulevard North from open space and park to commercial mixed use, resort residential, and resort related island.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Campbell. We have a second from Councilmember Moses. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is very familiar. We'll hear some more information on the same area. So it's item 7.5, ordinance number 26-1376, approving the plan development rezone and general development plan of 1040 McCulloch Boulevard North, meets and bounds parcel 107-15-015, 90.5 acres from golf course district to island body beach plan development district to accommodate a mixed-use development with a combination of resort, marina, commercial, and residential uses, specific requested exceptions, and a development agreement with Island Land Venture LLC. Welcome back, Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members, members of the public. We're here now to receive public comment on a proposed plan development rezone and general development plan for the waterfront, a planned lakeside mixed-use community on Pittsburgh Point, also known as the Island. The public hearing on the major general plan amendment for this property was heard immediately prior to this hearing. The subject property is an approximately 90-acre parcel located on the south side of the island, south of Beachcomber Boulevard, and situated between the Nautical Beachfront Resort to the east and the Islander RV Resort to the west. To the immediate northwest of the property is the Nautical Estates condominium development and Island Storage and Marine. It was formerly operated as a golf course on leased state land until it was abandoned by its operators. Following abandonment, a developer petitioned the Arizona State Land Department to initiate a sale. In response, the state held a public auction September 2023 at the Mojave County Courthouse in Kingman, where the current applicant, not the original petitioner, successfully acquired the parcel. The City Council approved the requested major general plan amendment in the previous hearing for this 90-acre parcel of property from open space and park, creating the following three land use categories within which the various components of the waterfront general development plan will be constructed that support this rezone request. Commercial mixed use in the northwest portion of the site, resort residential in the central portion, and resort-related island designation for the southeastern portion. The property is currently zoned golf course, again reflecting its former use. This zoning does not accommodate the proposed waterfront mixed-use development. The applicant requests an amendment to the city's official zoning map for the property from the current category of golf course to island body beach plan development for the entire 90 acres. Approximately 2/3 of the island today is zoned island body beach, so this request will be consistent with this pattern. The applicant has submitted a conceptual development plan as required by the plan development overlay requirements of the development code, which includes a commercial area in the northwest adjacent to McCulloch and Beachcomber Boulevards with approximately 67,000 square feet of commercial space, residential area in the central portion with over 300 dwelling units of various types, including 90 multifamily units located between the commercial and single-family areas. Resort area in the southeastern portion featuring a resort facility, bungalows, and resort-related accessory uses. Next, I want to address the changes since the December 5th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting on this same item. Number one, the shoreline access and preservation easement with an average width of 100 feet, but not less than 15 feet, is shown along its entirety, labeled in green on the map. This easement size was increased from a standard width of 15 feet, going from 5.5 total acres to 14.1 total acres, an increase of 156%. Number two, the maximum height of the commercial buildings in the commercial area portion of the plan reduced an additional 8 feet to 40 feet in height. Number three, removal of certain uses from the permitted use table for the project, including bar and lounge as a use item or category, gun range, that's the indoor variety that was referred to there as a use variety, and gas station with fuel sales, quote unquote, as well. So those have been removed from the plan at the applicant's request. Number four, an additional requested exception was added from Development Code Section 14.04.04.F regarding property edge buffering adjacent to the existing Nautical Estates development. This will permit the developer and the Nautical Estates Homeowners Association to place whatever barrier the two parties agree upon between the proposed 2-acre park on the west side of the commercial area. I believe 2 acres is accurate. If I'm not, I heard a different number earlier. I apologize. It might be smaller than that. Between the proposed 1 to 2 acre park on the west side of the commercial area of the waterfront project and the Nautical Estates. City staff have carefully reviewed the proposed general development plan along with the supporting reports for public water, safety, water, sewer, and traffic infrastructure. Based on this review, staff has determined that the city is able to adequately provide services to the project, provided that the conditions of approval are met. This is the proposed shoreline access plan that I have up. The applicant proposes to meet the shoreline preservation requirements by additionally providing 3 separate access points down to the shoreline in the vicinity of the resort due to steep topography along much of the shoreline. These public access points will be secured during the platting process. And that was, as I mentioned earlier, all the easements for through access through the development on the main thoroughfares, all the shoreline average 100 feet, and the access points will all be preserved on plats, and will in that manner be forever preserved. I want to move on to the requested exceptions. The applicant has requested the following exceptions from the development code for the waterfront project. The project-specific land use quote unquote land use categories for waterfront plan development table shall govern permitted, conditional, accessory, and temporary uses applicable to this general development plan, and that is contained in the packet. The project-specific, quote-unquote, dimensional standards for waterfront plan development, unquote, table shall govern dimensional standards applicable to this general development plan. And that is also in the packet. And that is essentially the setbacks, lot areas, minimums established in that for the development. The maximum permitted fence wall height at front, side, and rear yard areas within the boundaries of the general development plan shall be set at a maximum height of 8 feet. Retaining walls are excluded from the measure of the maximum fence wall height allowance. Operating entry doors facing and visible from adjacent public streets shall not apply within the boundaries of the general development plan. And the best way to explain that, because there may be questions, is, for example, having the village retail concept that's not requiring the accesses out to Beachcomber. The access can be turned in towards each other in the kind of that village concept, and that allows that to happen. Lighting associated solely with the resort component shall be exempt from lighting requirements, and associated fixtures are permitted to, now this is just the resort, not the rest of the development. And the associated fixture are permitted to emit up to 1,600 lumens and may be unshielded if mounted below 8 feet in height. All lighting above this height, which is 8 feet, including building mounted parking lot fixtures, shall be fully shielded. And the way I understand that, it's like the difference between a 40 watt and a 100 watt bulb, as far as the lumens for a standard fixture and the 1,600 lumens. Up to 10 off-premise signs providing directions to the resort component shall be permitted within the boundaries of the general development plan and shall be exempt from the limitation that no more than 25% of the sign area may contain words or symbols identifying a business. One of these signs may be up to 12 square feet in area. And the intention for this exception is with the public thoroughways through the development to help visitors coming down McCulloch and Beachcomber to find their way to the resort at the other end of the development through the development. So these signage would be essentially directional signage for that purpose. Exception to the requirements of Development Code Section 14.04.04.f regarding property edge buffering adjacent to the existing nautical estates development, and that is to accommodate the developer working with nautical estates to come up with a agreed to solution there. Additionally, there are conditions for code compliance. And I want to go over what those are. And these are also contained within the rezoning ordinance. The property shall substantially match the general development plan. And that is, should the ordinance be approved. All off-premise directional signs permitted by the requested exception shall be approved through a sign permit process. Applicants shall enter into a development agreement with the city addressing the developer's responsibility related to current and future infrastructure installation and maintenance. A copy of this development agreement for the project is included with the staff report for your consideration this evening. It is requiring the developer to financially contribute to the cost of various off-site impacts of their project on existing city services surrounding the waterfront property, including but not limited to sewer, water, and roadway infrastructure. And finally, building permits and design review for compliance with city codes shall be required prior to any construction commencing on the subject property. And that is, of course, for the resort and the commercial components and the multifamily that would not require necessarily platting. For the single-family part, platting, of course, would be required as the next step. And all of these will take a considerable amount of time for them to accomplish. The Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously by a vote of 7-0 at its meeting on December 5th, 2025, December 3rd, 2025, Mr. Mayor, this concludes my presentation. The applicant is present and also has a presentation for you this evening on the application. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. I think we're going to do the same thing. We'll switch out spots and let's hear from the applicant, and then we'll take questions from council after their presentation.
You're not going to start that same presentation over, are you?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member Campbell, it's longer.
Oh, great. It's longer.
Yeah. No, I will spare you, please. Thank you to staff. Just a couple quick things out of that relate to the zoning. If we could go,
Thank you.
if Michelle, when you're ready, if we could just go to 62, please. I've skipped 61 before that, so I went straight to 62. I just want you to slide number 62. It's simply, when Michelle gets a chance, I know we're trying to, this would be going back into the,
I think we might be on the first presentation.
yeah. So now she's going down to 62. Okay, thank you. Here it is. So I know Chris read you their conclusion, but I just wanted you to see it as well. Staff finds that this request meets all requirements set forth in the ordinance to approve this rezone plan development. Number 63, you know what the zoning is and where we're doing it, so we don't need to go into that. Number 64, I think to focus a little time is we've asked for some exceptions and we want to modify the development agreement, I think, to ensure that we've got that provision regarding the bridge construction. So, but all of these things I'm going to list, well now, when we did the general plan conversation, we wove in a lot about the development plan. You saw a lot of the graphics. You saw a lot of things related to the development plan. So I'm not going to go through those graphics again. But let's just run through a quick partial list of the items of community collaboration. And your vote on this with the exceptions, the development agreement, and the ordinance will allow us to once again have the legal mechanism to put these in place. So we want to take what we committed in the general plan, and this becomes the legal framework to ensure that we follow through on what we said we were going to do. But the things that we've talked about is that increased public access with 3 new direct, ungated, direct routes to the shoreline access in the resort. Number 2 is the public beach access we've talked about, new public boat ranch, new public parking. Number 3, 100% of the shoreline will be public. Number 4, we could go ahead, Michelle, to 15.7% of the project's public shoreline. Number 5, we've enlarged the area to 14 acres. Number 6, the custom home sites, there are only 18 of them, will have that visual setback, that visual access from the water line. Next page, please. We increased the total on-site open space by 84%. Number 8, we'll have that master plan community with the HOA to provide quality design and maintenance. And keep in mind that once that plat is recorded, as staff noted, that will ensure the public access. Next page, please. We added that enhanced pedestrian bike crossing at our expense at Beachcomber and McCulloch. Number 10, there's a variety of housing types here. Number 11, we increased the parking by 47%. Next, please. Now, this is an infrastructure point. Number 12, when we met with staff, it's certainly something they wanted to ensure that we exceeded their requirements and that we concurred with that, exceeding that requirement. So to improve the water pressure for island residents, we're going to increase the water line from an 8-inch to a new 12-inch line, which exceeds the city's requirements for water pressure and fire flow. Again, not doing something to the bare minimum. Number 13, we've talked about the new reclaimed water system and replacing the effluent pond. Next, please. We talked about reducing traffic by having services on the island. Number 15, we talked about the bridge, but we're going to have some language, hopefully, that your city attorney and my associate is working out with them on ensuring that we get the requirement on the second bridge woven into either the ordinance or development agreement wherever it's appropriate. Next, please. We implement the dark skylighting ordinance, or dark skylighting. We removed the gas station. We provided the additional trees to our neighbors. We provided those landscape buffers to the Islander. Again, a major reason why, unlike some much smaller cases you've not had this room filled with angry residents beseeching you not to do something. Next page. We retained the 2 existing lighthouses, and we will avert to you if there's a form of a easement that the city has that will ensure those are protected, or we'll work with the Lighthouse Association. We love those. We will get that done. Number 21, we did remove 54 units from the original development plan. We did remove the driveway closest to the condo estates. We increased the number of large trees adjacent to the Islander. Next, please. And we are getting very close to the end. Number 24, we reduced the square footage by 21% at the retail. We did a lot of things for Nautical Estates condos. We've already discussed those. Let's go to the next one. We increased the public park size adjacent to the Nautical Estates. Again, that's a public park that we maintain of almost an acre. Number 27, we did increase the buffer to the Nautical Estates. Part of the reason that there's no one here in opposition from the Nautical Estates, whereas they did speak at the prior Planning Commission hearings, and you had a boatload of opposition emails in your packages. We eliminated, as staff said, those uses from the permitted use list: bar, nightclub, gas station, and shooting range. Next, please. And the last page of this, we increased the buffer to the condos, and we're going to replace an air valve for the Nautical Estates to help with their water system. Let's go to page 75, please. Staff did talk about an exception, an additional exception that we are bringing forward since the Planning Commission. And this does allow us to keep our word with the condos so that we can put together a plan that they want for the buffer to their neighborhood. Otherwise, we would have to comply with the city code requirement. And the only place the city code requirements on all the sides of would apply on all the sides of our proposed development is for the condos. So this doesn't affect any other place on the 90 acres, only this little piece for the condos to allow them to have what they want as a buffer. If we could go to page 79, please. I'm skipping a bunch. That's all right. While she's doing that, what it is simply the conclusion to the staff report, 79. This was the staff conclusion again. Staff does find that we meet all the requirements of the code for approval. If we could then go to number 80. This I read to you out of order because it was supposed to be in this presentation, but I added it to the general plan because it wasn't long enough as it was. So I thought I would add a slide for you. But this one, the community impact, I don't want to hurry through this one because this really is the summary of your staff from the city manager, infrastructure, public safety, all the way through. This is their analysis. The proposed development will add another quality entertainment resort property with related open space, boating, housing, and community amenities to the city, thereby continuing the promotion of Lake Havasu City as a premier destination. And thank you for your prior vote on that one. In conclusion, if we could go to the next one. Staff has determined the proposal meets all the requirements of the code. You have a unanimous Planning Commission recommendation for approval on the zoning case. We do create and preserve all those techniques, all those methods that staff has described to you and that I've described to you are embodied in the ordinance and the development agreement and in your existing code. We'll create and preserve, emphasis on preserve, extensive and meaningful public access to the shoreline. Next, please. We will do that visual access that we talked about so that we're protecting the view from the lake to the bluffs, not from the bluffs to the lake. Number 5, we've talked about our investment of $398 million into Havasu. Now in this one, number 6, development will more than pay its own way. I showed you the fiscal impact, direct tax benefit to the city for this project. In addition to that, the development agreement does have a provision that we pay an additional $1 million for infrastructure and public safety, in addition to all the other requirements that are typical and required under your code. So that's plus. We have a property owner who is absolutely committed to excellence. And number 8, this segues into a thought on the development agreement amendment related to the bridge. But if approved this evening, we want to go as quickly as possible. So we don't want to dilly-dally. We want to go. Now, that is a reason. We know it's going to take time. We've got to work through the process. We know it will take time. But to the extent we can move fast, we would like to move fast with the city as our partner on that. We want to go as quickly as possible. That means, and perhaps Councilmember Campbell, would have a perspective on this as well, but I didn't originally say no guarantees. I want you to know that. I originally said that we would wait for any type of construction until the new bridge starts construction. If you are willing, we'll live with that. We agreed to that. We'll live with it. But what would help us to move more quickly, and I don't think hurt the intent of the request, is to allow us to do horizontal construction on the site. That's water, sewer, infrastructure, doing the effluent, working with that, roads, that type of thing, to allow to put those in. But we could not do any vertical. We couldn't build anything on the property. We could only do stuff underground or on the surface of the ground. We can't build anything until construction starts on the bridge. If you're amenable to that, that would be great. If you're not, as we said, we can strike that proposed language that the city attorney has, and we'll live with what we originally agreed to. So, Mayor, members of the council, if we could go to the last one. This was the original vision that Mr. Megdal put up as part of his presentation. And again, I want to thank you all so much, but most importantly, I want to thank the community, including the planning commissioners. You've got a great city. We hope we'll be a part of it and be able to contribute to that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or wait until after public comment. How did I do, Mayor?
You did great. Thank you.
Okay, did I go fast?
You did.
Okay, all right.
So we made it through those in record time.
All right, thank you.
Great. Before we open the public hearing, are there any initial questions or comments from members of the council for Mr. Berry or for Mr. Gilbert? Yeah, Vice Mayor Diaz.
I need Mr. Gilbert to go back to one of the slides in his presentation. I believe it's the one of the slides that has the requirements for approval. Yeah, conditions for approval. Yeah, you're right there. You're right where I needed you to be. No, one more.
Slide 16.
No. Right there. The third bullet point. How are we putting a price tag on that? I mean, what is because I'm hearing $1 million extra, but I mean, this is a lot of stuff here that you're going to, developer financially contribute to the cost of various offsite impacts of their project, existing services, blah, 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 blah. So what is going to make that box be checked when we're going to be satisfied? What is?
They have an amount listed in the development agreement, which was what they've stated, and you just brought up the $1 million, which is being contributed toward the off-site infrastructure improvements that are being required by their project.
Is $1 million? I mean, I'm just asking the question now. Is $1 million even enough?
Well, that's in addition to. So the development agreement's in our packets available online for anyone following. So that's in addition to all of the roadway infrastructure, all of the water, wastewater, all of the additional infrastructure. This is in addition to that as the development agreement reads right now.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Knudsen.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So we've had lots of conversations on the staff side, which is no different than other applications we receive from a developer or somebody that wants to come to the city and construct improvements that are going to challenge our infrastructure or ask for services related to our infrastructure. That's water, that's sewer, that's roads, that's police, that's fire, parks and other services to smaller extents. So we put all of our experts in and have conversations on the staff side, our engineers, our planners, our developers, our project managers, public safety expertise, and we say, what is the impact to the city based on the ask that's coming before the city right now? So we're just trying to tee up that conversation for a future conversation with the city council, as we're seeing here tonight. So when council gets an application or a request that you're seeing, that staff has done the due diligence and done all the work for months and months and months and hours upon hours and meetings upon meetings upon meetings and analysis and studies and so forth, so that council can make a decision in either direction. And if it's a yes vote, then we've done the work to ensure that we're comfortable with the impacts on our infrastructure. So through this process, we've identified we need a new lift station on the wastewater side. We have an existing lift station, but we need a bigger one to accommodate this project. We need to increase the water main on the project. There's going to be additions to the water main and that infrastructure. By the way, the city's not paying for any of this. Growth pays for growth. And that is an important aspect of what we're talking about. What's the impacts to the roadway and so forth and so on. So we've done all of that analysis in terms of what the impacts are to our infrastructure, to our plants, our pipelines, our roadways, our intersections, and so forth. And then to the mayor, to your point, and then we said, and what else? And so that's when we talk about the impacts to like the roadways or otherwise. They swung for the fences. It doesn't hurt. You can't get a yes unless you ask. So we reached out and asked that if they'd be willing to provide a contribution on top of all the other conversations that we're having, something that our residents could feel good about in terms of your ability to approach the city in this way and contribute towards the impacts of your development. So that was two conversations. One in terms of the basic infrastructure impacts and making sure that growth pays for growth. And then we said, what else? What else can you do for Lake Havasu City? Understanding that we want to make sure that this is through the development agreement process, that we're not asking for money for a particular vote. We're asking for dollars contributed towards the community and our infrastructure, including the bridge, related to the development of this property. So very long-winded, but hopefully that helps.
No, good answer. Thank you. And I've been to your properties in Scottsdale, and they are very nice. I have family that lives over there. But we talked about the second bridge, and I have to admit, I was a little disheartened to read the newspaper this morning that I was under the impression that we're going to start the bridge in 2026, and it was going to be built in 2027. But if you read the newspaper from our communication director today, it said that we're not going to start the bridge until 2027 and possibly have it done by 2028. So where are we at with the second bridge? Because that's going to really affect what we want to happen in this community with this development. Can we get more of the goalposts seem to be always moving farther out. I just want to get some clarity on that.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, with regards to the bridge, is that the communication that we're providing to the public and the goal that we're achieving for is construction to commence in 2027. So within next year. There are conversations that are taking place with state land, with the submission of the application to the Coast Guard. We're working with state parks, and we are on the cusp of being able to come to council with the 60% design plans. We'll have our annual planning session coming up very shortly, and at that time, we're going to be soliciting feedback from council on a few things, the look and the feel, and getting some initial feedback back from council on those things as well too. We signed the CMAR agreement with Ames Construction less than a year ago, and we're almost at 60% design when it comes to the bridge. I understand that people are very eager to see something happen, but this is lightning quick in terms of our ability to get to 60% design in less than 12 months. So we're getting numbers now. We're feeling really good about our ability to accomplish these things. We're having conversations in terms of the utilities and so forth, but there are a lot of moving parts when it comes to construction of a bridge. We're not pulling something off a shelf and putting it in place within our community. There's a lot of challenges on the utility, on the transportation. We want to make sure that we're enhancing, not negatively impacting the recreation in the channel area. We want to make sure that we're trying to connect the pedestrian access from Rotary Park through the channel, across the bridge over to the island walking path. There's a lot of things and then working as a good partner. So But I say all that because maybe an update in terms of where we're at with the bridge, and I think everybody wants to know a little about that. But thank you to the team for advancing as far as we've gotten right now. And 2027 is where we're hoping to start the construction.
I appreciate your commitment. I was not ever against this development. I just wanted to make sure that we were doing it the smart way by having the infrastructure in place, and you guys looks like you're addressing all of that. And my biggest pushback was going to be not until that second bridge was done or even started, and you had that in your presentation also. But then you took that extra step, and you guys confided and talked to the principal. So I really, really appreciate that, and we really need to get that second bridge, or else it's going to hurt the, on, off, and all the other pressures it's going to put on. So I appreciate you guys stepping up to the plate with that. So thank you.
Any additional comments before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Campbell?
Mayor, because I understand development and I understand risks that are, the minute you bought the property for $20 million, that was a risk. We all take risk. Well, not all of us, but some of us take more than others. And I understand what you're saying about the bridge. And you're saying, I'm doing at risk, that we'll hold up, we'll do all the vertical, all the roads. And I think that we would, I would love to give you even a little more leeway that says, and anybody that's been here before will understand that I would like, before there's a completion of occupancy, where at least that gives you plenty of time. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Is that because instead of saying you could build buildings all day long, I got involved in a Lake Las Vegas development, and I put money down, and then it went bankrupt, and they had to build the whole building on the outside to make it look like, but it was all shell on the inside. The guy went bankrupt, and thank you, Jesus, I got my deposit back. But anyhow, so these things happen in development, and I'm not assuming this is going to happen. I'm just saying I would like to see you even move further without the risk of just having to be stopped, because it does come down to this. What if the bridge comes in too high? What if we have to go back to the voters or back to the council and find money somehow, especially if we're building paths, or maybe there's tariffs put in place. We don't have a contract. We only have 60% design. I want to give you more certainty of that. And I think at the end, as a developer, you would probably want that second bridge, that we'd all have to sit down at the table and scratch our heads and say, you've got a building that's almost ready to be occupied, and we can't get a bridge off the ground for whatever reason. What can we do? And that's what I would hope for. So, Vice Mayor Diaz, do you hear what I'm saying? That if you can't occupy it, you can't occupy it, right? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Campbell, I'm just, as an aside, I'm going to say that's very clever, because if we're building vertically, when we're building vertically and the bridge isn't done yet, and we're ready to move tenants in or get the resort going or move people into their homes, and we can't because the bridge isn't done yet, you found a very willing partner. So I just want to, I want to note that it was not lost on me how good that was. So we will agree to that. If it's the will of the council, we would agree to that change. Thank you.
Right. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the city council on this item? Yeah, please just make your way to the podium like we did earlier. State your name for the record and share your thoughts.
Again, Charles Taylor, again, this is strictly public safety. If that bridge isn't done, Fire Station 8 has to be up, and we've got to have it manned. It's just the way it is. This is strictly public safety.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Just for the record, there's in the development agreement, it does require fire sprinklers in these developments. Good evening.
Mayor, City Council, Gary Myers, lived here about 25 years. And remember a lot of this being talked about before. I'm currently the president of the Havasu Freedom Foundation, and we manage the Havasu Memorial Walkway. The ceremonies of which will be March 14th. Everybody's invited, especially everybody on the City Council. We expect to have a big crowd, as we do every year. Mr. Mayor, you make some wonderful comments every year, and we appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you there. A little bit of history on this. Back in 2006, late 2006, early 2007, RUDAT came to town. RUDAT was the Regional Urban Design Architectural Team, if I recall it correctly. And they made 4 major recommendations. This is a team of city planners that travel around, get invited to 2 cities per year in America. And they travel around and they make recommendations for city improvements. And they made 4 recommendations for Lake Havasu City. The first being to revitalize the 95 corridor, bike paths, et cetera, that was done. To revitalize Midtown, make it look better, get some more businesses there. That's been done and still being done. We talked about the recent approvals of some restaurants. Third one was to create a Midtown Park, which has been done, include the Pima Wash area. And the fourth one, which they said was the biggest one, which would require rezoning, would require a huge committee and community involvement, and that would be to develop the island. And in order to get the island developed, you had to build a bridge. So for reasons that I still don't understand, the city leaders at the time asked myself and Mr. John Parrott at the time to chair the Freedom Bridge Committee. And I call it the Freedom Bridge because that's what it was named at the time. And we went through a multi-year process. We had hundreds of volunteers. We raised a lot of money. We started the Havasu Memorial Walkway, which is still going, and the next ceremonies are March 14th. And we've had thousands of people in the community contribute to the walkway, which was supposed to connect the 2 bridges. And that second bridge was named the Freedom Bridge. We got a trademark. We had 33 public meetings, community outreach, business groups, and we had a 100%. I've never seen any political item ever get 100% approval, but we had 0. You may mention that there weren't many people that objected. We had 0 people objecting to naming it the Freedom Bridge as a Veterans Memorial Bridge. And the Havasu Memorial Walkway was going to contribute to that, and we are contributing to making that something special. I had a lot of other points I wrote down, but many people made them already. I know Brian Springberg and I, who share a profession, he talked about capitalism and how important it is to understand the flows of capitalism. And capital in our country will go where it can grow. And the signals from a city council, and whatever city it is in the country, the signals from a city council that promote growth will bring in more capital. It'll bring in more capital for businesses. It'll bring more capital for jobs, development, parks, schools, et cetera. We've seen some of the numbers, excellent numbers about how it will develop the economy. So anytime you vote against growth, it sends a bad signal, and it sends capital to other places. So if we want Lake Havasu to be a great, vibrant city, we have to continue to vote for growth. Regarding shoreline access, I have a little sailboat. I sail around the island probably once a week on average. I have never seen anybody use that shoreline. It's a bluff. Some of it's rocky shoreline. It's not suitable for anything. 25 years I've been going around the island. I've never seen public access. All of a sudden, public is upset that they wouldn't have access. I thought that was kind of silly. And you guys are going to be creating access where there is no access yet. So I applaud that completely. Back in 2007, one of the city council members at the time and I went down and visited with the Arizona State Lands Committee. We sat in front of something like this, 7 people we were talking to. They were 100% behind the rezoning required to get the island developed and to get that bridge built, because the Arizona State Lands wants to see their property values go up, and they own most of the island still. So they really want to see this get rezoned and redone and get the bridge built. And of course, you know, I'm going to continue to push for the proper name of the bridge. And every time someone says second bridge, it kind of hurts me, because it was the Freedom Bridge Foundation which started the whole process. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Just make way to the podium. State your name for the record.
My name's Dave Johnson. Again, lived in Havasu for 14 and a half years. And again, I want to congratulate you on a very, very nice presentation. Everything inside me would love to see this thing happen exactly as it was laid out on that screen. 100%. I mean, I wish it was a little more resort and a little less residential, which is weird because we own a real estate company. But It's beautiful. And that is exactly what our town needs. You know, people ask me all the time, what's the difference between Lake of the Ozarks and Havasu? And you have actually Performance Boat Center out there was pretty much entirely built by a billionaire that invested in Google early, right? And this sounds a similar situation here. I mean, there's not a lot of people that can say I know billionaires personally, but I'm one of them. You know, we put on SuperCap Fest. If you guys don't know, more private jets fly into that airport on that weekend than any other weekend of the year. This is why the airport's so supportive of it. Billionaires can be fickle, right? They tend to get what they want, and when they don't get what they want, sometimes that can be hard to keep them happy. What I would suggest tonight, just my personal opinion, just he mentioned earlier he wants reassurances, and anything like this, there's not going to be a lot of reassurances, right? But the vote you're about to cast, how many times have you guys voted, we're about to give somebody $100 million? Has anybody ever done the math on this? Because I like Mr. Berry here. He's an artist. He paints a picture. And the picture is billionaire guy building something legacy because he's a good guy. The instant you guys vote yes on this, not even the multifamily, not even the resort property, just the home lots, just a bit of quick math. The 84 small lots, figure they're about 400,000. That's about where Riviera is. 50 medium lots, they're about 500,000. 18 large lots, let's call it 800,000. You're now at $73 million in land value, just from what you guys voted on tonight. That's not including the resort and the multifamily. So it's going to be well over $100 million. From a $24 million investment to a $100+ million evaluation. Once the public report comes out, sky's the limit. So I would make real sure before you do this, because you're going to make somebody $100 million. This is not, oh, I'm a nice guy billionaire doing this. And I know the owner of the property is watching me right now, and I know other people are watching me. I hope they know that I'm not against this, but I'm Havasu first and I'm thorough. I would just like a lot of reassurances that if this happens, this ain't a charity. You just made $100 million in 27 months. None of us in this room can say we did that. Just get the assurances. I would not vote yes on this tonight. I would not vote against the resort. I would say, can we table this until reassurances are made on both sides?
Thank you.
Mayor.
We have a development agreement, and we also have the easements, and we have all of the components to have the reassurances.
What assurances do you have that as soon as you say this, and that's worth $100 million, you don't say, I'm selling it? Not to say he would.
The entitlements that would go with the property. And so those entitlements would have, the same reassurances would remain based on the development agreement and the easements that would be recorded through the platting process. So we do have those assurances regardless of ownership changes or not, should it be adopted this evening as proposed right now. Councilmember Campbell?
River Dave, let's do the great debate. I love this. Sure. Anything you do in life. Okay, and I had this conversation with my husband the other day because we were in front of somewhere and something came up and I had to laugh because he didn't even miss a beat. I go, some people on council, they're like, so how much are you going to charge for that house? Or what's the rent going to be? Or what are you going to charge for a steak in that restaurant or whatever? And he didn't miss a beat. He said, I'm a capitalist as much as I possibly can make.
Always.
And you just said it too. So I'm not saying we're taking advantage of anybody. I'm not saying, but most capitalist people are out to try and make as much as they possibly can get. And so in this case,
I'm not the one sitting here saying that I'm doing this out of act of charity because I'm a nice guy and I want legacy. I would be upfront about it and say, I'm here to make a lot of money and make your town better.
So then you agree with my husband. Just be blatantly honest. I'm going to make as much as I possibly can on the house that I'm selling or the car that I'm selling or the steak that you're selling or the hotel room that you can get at that particular time. I don't think any of us, we give to charity a lot. We pick things that we want to support, closed closet parking lots, whatever we can do to give back. But the more money we make, the more taxes we pay. And in my case, 4 generations, like Mr. Hobday said, 4 generations here of always giving back to this community as much as we possibly can. And you know how we did that? By making as much money as we possibly can, right? So I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm only doing this because it's just fun. But yeah, I just thought it was a funny statement when I sit up here a lot and they're like, well, the developer's just trying to make money off of us. And I'm like, and what do you do for a living? And I want to ask, do you want to make more money from day to day? We all do. I have not met anybody that just says, no, I'm not. I'm going to make way below market value just because I'm a nice guy.
My position wasn't to say that they're not making money. My position was to say that this vote is important because you're about to assign about $100 million of property value. The second thing is, again, if it goes exactly like he said, hallelujah.
Yes.
But anybody in big development, I mean, one of my closest friends was the single largest independent home builder in Arizona, and he has a saying, they ebb and flow. Whatever you saw on that screen ain't what it's going to be. The question is, how different is it going to be from what we've seen?
Well, I hope our staff holds them to the fire and gives us exactly what we want. And what do you think about the bridge concept? I do like before completion of occupancy. That will bring a lot of people to the table.
Over the time here.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
We will have reassurances with the planned development on this development. So anything that we saw is what we will see. Yeah, Mr. Torres?
Good evening. Emiliano Torres, resident. I love this project. It's great, as long as it really happens. The ground's not going to break on this for another 3 years, but yet you're approving it today. Anything can happen between now and then. Construction's dependent on completion of a bridge, and hopefully the bridge will be done on time, but you're approving something now, and everything can change between now and 3 years from now, but you've already approved it. And you said easements are have been decided. It was very clearly said tonight, we're in discussions. Easements have not been determined. We're at the discussion stage.
Mr. Torres, it's just wrong. So that's not correct.
Well, that's what was said this evening.
Okay, so with the amount of involvement you've had, it's all available on the website right now. It's all public information. You have all the documents in front of us you could have, including the proposed ordinance. It's just not a true statement.
So the easements have been approved.
If the council approves this item with the motion that is in the
easements as shown on the drawings have been approved
in the planning process.
All right, and just a second, I stand corrected. I hope I'm wrong.
Yes.
I hope you're right.
Yes.
My concern I also have is a comment made earlier, our over dependence on tourism. There's more to this town than tourists. There's community. There's homeowners. There's people that work here, and there's people that retire here. We're not all just tourists. And we'd like this community to be not just for them, but for us. We don't want to have to stay home on weekends. We'd like to be able to use the area. So great project. I hope it happens. I have concerns about it actually happening, and hopefully I stand corrected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Hello, my name's Jarrett Ports, longtime resident, mayor, vice mayor, city council. Thanks for going through this extremely riveting and fun process. I just want to say, holy smokes, to have a developer like this to come into our town and offer the things that they're doing, the concessions that they're doing, to literally put themselves in a position to where if, and no offense to municipalities and states and coast guards and things that are involved with getting that second bridge done, but essentially they're going to be extorted if we can't get it all done. I mean, these guys are literally doing everything that they possibly can to come and put, I think they're going to spend more than $400 billion, but way more than 400 million, way more than 400 permanent jobs. We visit a small town called Branson, Missouri, and it's a fair bit smaller than Lake Havasu. And there's one billionaire there named Johnny Morris. He owns Bass Pro Shops. And it's like the gift of Branson that he's there. The amenities that he puts there, he's invested, he continues to invest. And when I tell you it's nice, I don't mean it's like nice for Branson. I mean it's nice for anywhere in the world. We travel, we're super fortunate, and it's some of the nicest infrastructure ever built. And he and his team, I mean, Mr. Barry, Mr. Magdahl, are able to do that because they're able to invest in a different way than a guy like me. Like, I'm sitting here going, I mean, y'all are business people. I know you guys are all in business. The math, what they're doing right now, I mean, you know, we're construction people, we're all that. They're playing by different rules, which benefits our city. It benefits our town. This is the time. This is the place. This is the developer. And at the end of the day, if they don't do what they said, they're literally willing to build horizontal infrastructure at risk. And then, and then vertical infrastructure at risk. These guys are serious. They're here to do what they say. I know this city has done an amazing job holding me accountable to all the codes and all the different things that when I build, and I know they'll do the same thing here. And I just think it's an incredible opportunity to have, to have them here. So I'm thankful for you guys to be here. I think that they should have invested in dinner for us so that we weren't all hangry.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, I mean, shameless plug. Thank you, Vice Mayor. That'd have been good. But, I think the other point that I would make is, I was super fortunate to become a part of the mall here, 721,000 square feet, had incredible vacancy when we took it over. We've been able to do some pretty good things. Mr. Magdahl, Mr. Barry, and this developer's team has a different Rolodex than I have, guys. Like, the reality is if they owned the shops at Lake Havasu, it'd be full of all your favorite stuff. That's the reality, because their tenants in Scottsdale are those folks. When they pick up the phone, they talk to them. They're not going to promise us anything because they can't speak for those folks, but I can promise you when they pick up the phone and they call the stores that we want most, they're going to answer. They don't answer my calls. I call them a lot, but they don't answer. And so, I think I'm thankful that, we have somebody like that that has the ability to get people to pick up the phone when they call and to do that and to listen to the story and to take it serious and to know that they have Scottsdale Quarter and all these amazing places. This is going to be amazing. And I don't have a dog in the fight from a financial perspective. We're not, like probably takes business from our restaurant and probably takes interest from our retail space. But as a citizen of Lake Havasu, this is it, guys. And I think this is a pretty easy decision, and I hope you all will vote very, very strongly. If you can mash that button as hard as you possibly can, that's what I'd do it. So thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Ports.
John Parrott. Nancy took most of my time last time, but in today's world, when people are making decisions, you probably all reach out to AI and all that. And I'm old, and so what I do is, if I've got a problem, I take the pluses and the minuses and put them down a column thing and weigh it out. And there's no certainty. There's no 100% certainty. And there's pluses and minuses of every project. So to me, the pluses of this project far outweigh the negatives. And I'm one who's not that big on residential on the island. I mean, I don't think RP ever envisioned houses on the island, but I think with our new general plan and the policies that come from that, we can maybe limit the houses that are on the island. But the shoreline access thing is a concern of mine, but I think that's been hammered. I mean, it's going to be an easement. I mean, for those of you who don't know, that is an ironclad thing. The pluses here that I see, and the first one is it's a top-notch developer who's going to do the first waterfront project here in Havasu and hopefully bring other people. Alex Ross was telling me the other day that Telluride is going to get $1 billion Four Seasons hotel. That's what RP dreamed about, was a Four Seasons hotel. Jobs. Those Pollock numbers are probably conservative. Pollock, very well-respected economist. And, 3,200 construction jobs. People say Havasu is a tourist town. I said, no, it's a construction town. And we got a lot of families, and those jobs are going to be important. Not to mention the resort, the permanent jobs. I already said we're replacing ugly with something that's good. So that's certainly a positive. I think this project, if it goes forward, gives us the opportunity to cement our relationship with the Arizona State Land Department. And that's every mayor that I've known in this town has always worked really hard at cementing that relationship. Those people control our future. I like the fact that there's a lot of open spaces. I'm kind of worried about Gary Myers driving his bicycle there. I like the commercial on the island. I think that's some very good points about that. So, I was concerned about houses. I was concerned about the shoreline access, but I've got 10 positives. So to me, that's a yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrott. And RP is what Mr. McCulloch went by, so that he went by RP.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Jim Harris again. Let's forget about the development. This is a zoning hearing. We're talking about the property. Does the property warrant a rezone at this point? When the development comes forward, it's going to be a planned unit development. That will address all of the concerns about, they're going to change. It'll be cast in concrete at that point, and in order to change, they have to come back for another hearing. So at this point, I would just submit, this is a zoning hearing. Does that piece of property now warrant rezoning? The answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Good evening again. My name is Steve Greeley. The island was bought for a zoning that is golf course. Everybody should know that by now. Whatever changes are going to happen with the rezoning will change the dynamics on the island forever. Over the past several months, people have commented to me on private property rights. I'm all about those rights. But when you are going in a totally opposite direction to the current zoning, then you must ask yourself, is this drastic change warranted? We are not obligated to rezone anything. The owner knew exactly what he was buying. Adding hundreds of homes to the island is wrong. By eliminating the homes, a public access to the shoreline would be a lot easier and pretty much guaranteed. Once again, there is no second bridge, but kudos to the developer now that the second bridge has to be contingent on the project moving forward. And I do agree, horizontal infrastructure makes a lot of sense. As I stated at the planning and zoning meeting, if you compelled to accommodate the development, you can consider, or should consider actually, the resort and commercial aspects. I have a couple of questions. Are the storage garages are going to be visible from the lake? Has the applicant secured permission from state and federal agencies for the building of a new boat ramp and docks? Or any of the proposed docks, courtesy docks for boaters on our lake? So those are some of the questions I would like answered. I am not anti-growth or anti-development. I think we just need to be smart about this. I've heard some concerns from other people speaking about residential. Voting no on residential means, to me, makes sense. Having the resort and the commercial around that resort or around the property, that's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Greeley.
Hi, my name is Chad Nelson, and I've worked out on the island since 2009. I went out there for the first time to do a project with a Boy Scout. We built a disc golf course, and I helped him to raise the funds to build the course. And our community came together and donated the concrete and the baskets and improved and effectively what was a drainage area. And working with the city and the developers, that area is still open today, even though it's in a gated community. You could still go in there and play disc golf all day long. And a lot of people love that, and that sport has grown to be out in the golf course and out in Sarah Park. So it's a little something to be proud of. I do work another development out on the island, so you need to deny this. Just kidding. You need to make it a Buc-ee's. Right? No, I'm kidding. Again, I'm fortunate I haven't had to be at a ton of meetings about this. And a lot of the community has done the legwork, and the city council and planning and zoning. And man, that's a lot of concessions. It's a lot of concessions. I would be very careful to the one thing that they offered tonight, and I would not add it. I would not add tying this to the bridge. I know it sounds like a good idea, but I think it's a bit of a trap and could cause some damages. So I wouldn't do that. What Mr. Diaz said is what else can we ask for? Get rid of that rickety old wood sign, please. Get rid of that sign. It's falling over. Make a new sign, please. Add that. And, you know, how much of the island path could be helped to be improved? I mean, one thing that a lot of people don't know is when this property was sold, the city gained the whole street around and all the path around the island. They didn't have that before.
Right.
It was only, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was only through the sale of this property that the city gained that. So we already won. So the concessions they're offering is awesome. I would, just like Mr. Springberg said, I would jump on it. I think not having the ability to have a gas station out there, whether they build it or not, I think that is wrong. I think they should have the ability to have a gas station out there so boaters don't have to trailer their boats all the way to Chevron and go back and forth across any bridge that's there in the future. I think that's wrong. And yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, some contributions. I don't necessarily really like their plan. I did reach out to, after they purchased the property through a colleague of mine, I was able to reach out to them, and I think it was this guy in the blue suit told me to never call again. And I'm not offended, but, you know, because they know what they're doing. I don't really like their plan, but I do like that it's a PD. I don't think multifamily will ever be built out there. I don't think townhomes will ever be built out there. But when it doesn't work for them, they will have to come back and go through the planning and zoning process and come back to city council and propose something that will work. And so I'm proud of the teams at the city to make them, you know, hold their feet to the fire and make this a PD, so they have to come back. So I'm for this, but you could ask a little more, I think, for the island path and that rickety old wooden sign. And don't tie it to the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Yeah.
Tim Murray. Great discussion, right? Last month, there was a pretty sensitive meeting there for a while, but this was great. Challenge and build, right? That's what it's all about. It's about progress. Things have not been good in North America, but you come to a meeting like this and you say, the government works, okay? Can we agree to one thing, though? Before we worry about fire station number 8, can we get 7 built? I mean, come on. It's been way up there. I've been here 9 years now. You know, let's get off the dime, you know. Slow walking the dog doesn't work for the rest of my life, you know what I mean? But don't go and put 8 in before you install 7, okay? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Would anyone else like to address the City Council on this item?
Linda Beller. I'd like to ask one question. Since so much of this depends on the second bridge, why is the second bridge only 60%, the design for it only 60% done? I was here 35 years, and when I first came here, they had plans for a second bridge. Of course, the lady just responded with the money, but we have the money now, and before we blow it all on design, installing, why can't we get the bridge? I'll go down there and dig a hole for you.
Well, you know,
And I'll go dig a hole.
Yeah, Ms. Bowie, yeah.
The bridge.
It's a little more complicated than that, because if it was, we would put together a Saturday and we go do it. But 60%, as Mr. Knudsen mentioned, is actually really rapid fast. And the city team has been doing great. We didn't have assurances from the state legislature with the money, but we have the money. It's earning interest. It's secure. As you talked about back in the 1970s, without that money, that was a whole different situation. That was not part of the municipal government at that point, or any formal government either. So we're working very, very quickly on it, and we'll have a second bridge.
It was my understanding in the paper when they first got the money for it that it had to be done in so much time or we lost the money.
Yeah, that's not correct. That's not a correct statement. We had verification from Representative Yasuchi, who championed that legislation through the state budget process.
Okay, it still should be started building by now. It should be more than 60%.
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to address the City Council on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Berry for comments.
A couple more hours. I've got a child in college. I want to add to Mr. Nelson's comments about a Buc-ee's. I would add a Costco to that one if we could. So if we're Red Lobster, if we're taking votes on that. Mr. Greeley asked about, will you be able to see the boat storage from the water? And the answer is no. And by the way, those garages are for residents of the waterfront who have homes there. Do we have approval from other agencies? No, we don't. We didn't have a project. We don't know yet if we're going to have a project. We're waiting. Hopefully tonight we'll know. But after that, we will of course proceed with the agencies that need to give us approval. I was also asked to let you know that there will be courtesy docks for folks that arrive at the hotel. I also wanted to ask Mr. Myers, in those 25 years of sailing on the lake by the bluffs, in those 25 years, if you'd ever seen anybody duct taped to a stop sign, if you hadn't seen anybody on the bluffs. So anyway, Mayor, members of the council, happy to answer any questions. Oh, as to the development agreement language, we'll do whatever you want to do. If your guidance to the city attorney is that you want to do it with vertical construction, no C of O until the bridge is completed, we're fine with that. If you prefer something else, we're fine with that. We want to do what you want to do, so you let us know. I think the city attorney has some language if your decision is to tie it to C of O for the bridge. We can also craft language if it's not that. So I just want to say again, thank you very much to you, and most importantly, to your citizens. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. So we'll open it up at this point to council discussion. When it comes to tying this to the second bridge, I do think there's going to be some unintended consequences by doing this potentially, but if so, I do agree with Councilmember Campbell. I think that having it be as part of the COO process so that they can get going and move forward, but certainly at a minimum that they could be doing the horizontal construction. But I'm comfortable with even the vertical. I'm even comfortable without that tie-in. Right now, we're the ones that are in control of the bridge, and we have the money, but whatever the will of the council is on that point. That being said, Councilmember Campbell?
I'd love to hear from the will of the council, because I do believe the bridge is going to be built, and I don't want to hold anybody hostage or make them think that. I'm a developer too. Heck, I know what it feels like to be held hostage. Trust me. So in the meantime, I want to hear from everybody. I do think it's a great negotiation tool if for some reason the worst case scenario is if this bid comes in substantially higher. And I'm not saying we're going to hold them hostage, but they would be great partners because they would want it too, and how we can all work together to move forward. And we may not be sitting up here at this time. So if you don't mind,
at this point, if we just talk about Any comments you have, questions that you may have for the developer, or excuse me, for the applicant or for Mr. Gilbert, and also kind of your take on where you're at with the bridge. I'm going to turn this over to Vice Mayor Diaz just for a quick moment to facilitate that conversation, and I'll be right back.
Any other council members have any comments? Anyone?
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Mr. Dolan?
Yeah, I just I want to thank the developers. This has been a very informative meeting. We as a city, we want Costco, we want all these companies, we want corporations to come in, and we want them to develop in our community. But sometimes we can take somewhat of a little bit of a negative approach, and I don't want that in my neighborhood, or why are we doing that, or have you thought of this? And so I think we as a council, we need to practice what we preach. We all kind of fight over who's the most conservative sometimes. I think we are a very conservative council. And, it means we support capitalism. We believe in letting the government take a step back. And sometimes people want us to, make them do this and make them do that. They look at it, the government is like, well, you're the parent. You need to get in there and make this rule and that rule and that rule and do this and do that. And there's also a lot of other developers that are watching us right now trying to decide if they want to invest in our community. And I just, like I said, I just want to thank this developer for stepping up and really setting that bar, but also thanking our staff for all the work they put into it. So I'm excited for this. Like I said, I was a little bit more on the fence prior to this meeting, but like I said, I love a good PD. I love that it's a planned development and they have to do exactly what is written down right now. And, we have the beach access and all those other things, and they're supporting us. So like I said, I'm very excited for this. I think this is a great opportunity for the community. And I just want to thank the developer, thank the staff, and also thank council for this educational meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Dolan. What was your position on tie it to the bridge or not?
That's a tough one. I don't know. I also don't think that the bridge being built in 2027 is that far away. I'm not a huge fan of the bridge as far as the development on the other side of the island. But I don't think we should rush it. I think we're doing it right. We want to get the plans right. And I think we're doing that. I think we're doing it responsibly. But like I said, I don't feel the need to tie it to it.
Yeah, thank you for that. All right, Councilmember Moses, maybe we'll just make our way down the dais and get to the vote.
Sure, thank you. I'll agree with my colleagues. I appreciate that this is a PD. I think within the PD avenue of going about this development, there's a lot of protections. The city of Lake Havasu is protected for the developer to do what they say they're going to do. I would say though, let me get through some of my notes. Where on the map, can we bring up that map, please? Where on the map is the lighthouse, and because I kind of forgot that one of those is out there. And I'm glad you guys had those conversations with that group. They're a tremendous group, and it's a really cool story and one of my favorite stories of Lake Havasu. Is it in one of those easements, and will it be recorded and protected with access to it to the group that maintains those?
Yeah, Councilmember Rosa, I don't know that group's going to want the easement and have the responsibility of that, but I mean, just from a nonprofit
let's give them the choice.
100%,
Yeah.
but yeah, just I don't know that.
Yeah. I haven't spoke with them either, obviously, because there it is.
Mayor, members of the council, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Moses, we actually have a slide that shows where they are. There you go. And also, we are happy to pay for the maintenance of those. I mean, we would love to do that to make sure that they're maintained appropriately and beautifully.
Yeah, because it's a wonderful story and a really cool thing about our lake, and
absolutely,
there's a lot of charm that goes with that, and it's really neat.
We agree.
Okay. So I understand where my colleagues are at with the protections of tying it to the bridge. I understand what you're trying to do and what you're trying to protect, and I respect it. I don't know if I have feelings either way towards it. I know that there's repercussions either way. My brain is actually working the other way of what's to protect this from not being ever built out. If I was a billionaire, I just bought a $24 million lot and I could put my house right there with a huge backyard and just build the one house. And, you know, if I was a billionaire, there'd be a lot of changes. You might notice. But what's to say that this resort will actually get built? What are some of these, what are some of the protections that way, that we will actually build what we say we're going to do? I've heard it from quite a few people, and I share those concerns that we're just going to get those first 18 homes and we'll see what happens with the rest of it. Because we've been promised hotels twice. And you just wait long enough, there's a new council, they don't remember the prior agreement, and then bye-bye hotel.
Mayor, members of the council, again, you have built into your code the requirement that if construction doesn't start within a certain amount of time, then you can reach down and ask or require a property owner to come back and do some splaining as to why they have or have not moved forward. And you also have the ability at that point to reconsider. So that's a pretty big hammer. And it's in the code. So we're aware of that, and we understand the necessity to move forward. So if we don't move forward in accordance with the approved development plan and the plat and all, then you have, the council has the, but whatever council at the time has the ability to come back and require us to move forward.
Will we be not you, will your team and the owner, will he be building the resort himself, or is this one of those, he's got a nice little plot of land and he's going to go look for somebody to build it?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member Moses, too early to tell.
Is there an ability to do this in phases? You know, like, is this going to be a phased-in project, or we're building the whole thing all at once?
If I may, Councilmember Moses, on that particular topic, is that if it's approved with the PD as it's in front of us today, the hotel is the only thing that can be built without going through another public process in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council. So that's the assurance that we have that it's going to be a resort hotel. Whether they are going to own and operate it or build it and lease it, whatever those situations, that's for them to figure out, but they can do nothing other than a resort hotel if it's passed this way tonight without going through a public process in front of Planning and Zoning and the City Council.
Okay.
No, each of these, as far as timing, it's just that's all that on that particular parcel is. There's three different zonings that we're looking at. So on the picture we have here in the upper left hand, that's the retail multifamily. Then there's the residential kind of in the center, and then the resort to the lower right. Those are the three components of the zoning. So if anything were to change within those areas, they would have to go through that public process to do that. But if they say they wanted to start on retail and then residential next and kind of work their way down the property, that's up to them as long as they're fulfilling the code. If they do nothing, then they have to come, as Mr. Berry said, by our code to council to tell us what's going on. And then we have that ability to reconsider.
Mr. Mayor, I still need clarification. I'm really sorry. You're saying that tonight, if we vote on this, only resort, when it comes to the residential housing and all that, they have to come back to us?
No, all three of those areas. So it's a planned development.
Mm-hmm.
So with that planned development, that's what we're looking at right here. Any changes from what you see in front of you, they would have to come in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council.
So the details of all of these extra things with residential and all that, tonight we're making that decision.
The zoning is the three zoning designations, which are changing it to a mixed use development with a combination of resort, marina, commercial, and residential uses, with the development agreement that's included in our packet, with the specified requested exemptions that Mr. Gilbert went over at the beginning of the presentation.
Mayor, if I may add to your explanation, the the actual zone for the property is going to be Island Body Beach PD for the whole thing, but there's 9 components within the general development plan that accommodate the different types of development, and they will be held to all those 9 components. And those are Exhibit C to the ordinance, which is like on the dimensional standards, it lists all the different components right there and what the specific requirements are for setbacks and so on for each one. And each of those areas would have to hold to that, as well as hold to the boundaries on the general development plan that they're contained to. So all that has to happen, or they have to come back for new public hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Gober. Back to you, Councilmember Moses. But back to your comments.
No, thank you for that clarification. I don't think I have any other further comments. I think I'm for this. I like the protections that we're going to have in place for our residents. I love that we're recording the easements so that we can protect that for forever. And I'm open if this is what's going to get it over the finish line for this project. If there's a stipulation to tie it, the CO to tie it to the bridge, I'm open to agreeing to that if that's what we got to do to get this over the finish line.
Thank you. Councilmember Koch?
Yes. So I'll go back to Chairman Harris's comment about this is about the zoning, and it check marks the boxes. It meets the criteria. And again, you run a really good meeting. I just have to tell you. So sometimes we take it for granted that you guys do that as a volunteer basis, and you do a really good job. I too am not set on tying it to the bridge. I think, yes, we need to have the second bridge for the development, but yet I don't want to hinder their abilities based on something that may be out of our control, therefore not in their control. But if that's what it's going to take to get the project approved or the rezone approved, then I'm fine with that as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Koch. Councilmember Lynn, did you have any comments or questions?
No, I'm still processing all that. No.
Vice Mayor Diaz?
Have you had any conversations regarding the boat ramp and the docks with Army Corps of Engineers or Coast Guard, or are they just? I mean, they're on the here, but it could just be a pipe dream. As we've talked to them.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, no, we have not had any conversations yet. With this approval, we'll move forward. We want and need that ramp, so we will utilize all of our resources to work through that process with the state and the feds.
And then just thinking out loud, if there's boat docks, you have to stay at the hotel to use them, or can anyone on the lake use them?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members
they get approved.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, anybody visiting the hotel would be able to dock there. There is a marina right next door to it where they could dock as well. So,
and then the only thing I'm going to be a stickler on, if it goes back to their own slide in their presentation, without the second bridge being built, it's going to be put way too much pressure on London Bridge. So I would definitely want to tie it to the second bridge. And I would like to refer back to my good friend, Mr. Nelson, and find out, he said something about reasons why we shouldn't, and he didn't say what those reasons were. I'd just like to find out what those are. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Nelson. I mean, it was his personal opinion, but Mr. Nelson, if
yeah.
It's just a personal opinion.
Okay.
But they're giving us all this. They're throwing out that one thing. No offense, I just think it's a trap, and I think that it could cause damages if you guys don't get the bridge built. And it's I think it could be a liability for the city, and that's my reasoning.
That's all.
And then Councilmember Campbell, you
Yeah.
You actually started the rotation, so I think we're going to be looping back around if.
Well, I just wanted to make comment to the fact that look at that condo or whatever with that big tower that's been sticking up in the air forever. To say when these are going to be built, if they're going to be built, how they're going to be built, well, there's no certainty in this. That's the point I'm going to say, that realistically, I'd love for them to all bundle it up and say, oh, in 3 years, we're going to have all those pictures right there and the second bridge is going to be built and all that's going to happen. I wish it would work that way, but the Army Corps of Engineers might get in the way. They have so much more to do, but their end hope is going to be this. So that was my statement on that. There is still part of me that would like to put the verbiage in there to tie the bridge together. I want nothing more than the partnership to be perfect and nothing else happens other than we get the bridge. Everybody has certainty that the second bridge was tied to this development. We're all agreeing. I don't want to hold anybody hostage, but sometimes I feel I'm getting held hostage. So at that point, would you like me to make a motion or?
Sure. I mean, is there any additional discussion? I mean, just to circle back up from my position as well, I do think it's a slippery slope asking for us to have a condition of a public infrastructure project that the city is responsible for tied to this development. So I think that we're responsible for the bridge. It's our job. It's incumbent upon us to get that bridge done. We have the funds and we have the process. We're at 60%. I like the motion that's suggested as is. Without that, I understand the principle behind it and why tying it together, but I do think there might be some unintended consequences. So let's say that we were all comfortable with horizontal construction and vertical with a C of O. So they don't get a C of O until the bridge is built. So now say we're getting ready to cut the ribbon for the new bridge. But this development's ahead of us by 3 months. So we were really going to sit vacant for 3 months as we're.
I hear you.
So I just think that it's a slippery slope is my personal opinion.
I hear you. Let's go ahead. I'd like to do a motion with no amendment.
Please. That'd be great.
Can I move forward?
Yes.
Mayor? Okay. I move to adopt ordinance number 26-1376, approving the plan development, rezone, and general development plan of 1040 McCulloch Boulevard North from Golf Course District to Island Body Beach / planned development district to accommodate a mixed-use development with a combination of resort, marina, commercial, and residential uses, specific requested exemptions, and development agreement island land venture.
We have a motion from Councilmember Campbell and a second from Councilmember Koch. Is there any additional discussion?
So that motion does not tie it to the second bridge.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's verify.
Yes. All right, we are ready to vote. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. Congratulations and welcome to Lake Havasu. Thank you all very much. Yes. But there's more. We still have one more public hearing. So we'll move on to item 7.6, the bid for the new laboratory building project to TR Orr Incorporated. And we'll make a switch and Mr. Gilbert will turn over the dais to Mr. Cummings. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Oh, is it Mr. Kellett starting or?
So if it please the council, I have an intro presentation.
Mr. Kellett, yeah, welcome.
To Brent's presentation.
Yes.
So thank you everybody for staying. I added animation to the slide, so at least something's moving in the background. What I'd like to present today is just a little bit of background with what our lab does. You're going to hear an item right after this about the need for our water quality lab, but maybe a little bit about what we do at that lab and how important it is, not only to our water, to our wastewater system, but to the surrounding community. Love to take that opportunity to show it to you. And I'm going to use the analogy of making cookies so that we can kind of keep things in a little simpler context. And first thing I'm going to talk about is when we're looking at, we turn it on or do we turn it off? I bet you I turned it off again. No, it's on. You hit it for me, Brent?
Oh, we might have to move it. Yeah, we're having some technology challenges.
Oh, good. Okay. Yes. So when you're doing something like water quality or wastewater quality, you're going to have regulations. They're going to be the things you have to do. So you have to bake the cookies for a certain amount of time. You have to put in a certain amount of ingredients. And we have that for our wastewater system and our water system. We take what are compliance samples daily. So for example, in the water system, there's 60 compliance samples that we're taking per month. So you figure that's 2 per day to make sure that we're in compliance with all of our rules and regulations. We do about 135 of those for the wastewater system. Those are important, and they make sure that what we started with is what we end with. That's good. On top of that, though, then we're taking process samples, which means as the cookies are baking or as we're treating the water, we get to test it along the way to make sure we're getting that exact thing that we want on the way out. That kind of efficiency is only accomplished by having your own in-house lab. If we have to send these samples out, it takes far too long for us to get that information back into processes in the most efficient manner we possibly can. So that's just one example where we're having 497 process samples done every single month by our lab. And that's one aspect to put in. The other is the cost aspect. If you could move to the next one, please. Thank you. We costed out doing this if we were to throw these samples out to some sort of outside company, be it either Eurofins, which we have a state contract with for a lot of this stuff, or if we were to use Mojave Environmental, the closest lab that could assist us with these kind of things. Just taking what we currently do and the number of samples that we're processing per year would cost the city around $286,000 to do this. The current lab budget for supplies and testing is $45,000. Now, in full transparency, that does not include salaries. But the other part of this sampling requirement, it does not include the packaging requirements. For us to ship a single samples out, sometimes will cost $25, $35, or $65, depending on how fast and how much ice we have to put it in and what the requirements are for getting it there. So there's a lot of extra layers on there, but to give you a general idea, there's a big efficiency both in process and in cost. The final thing that we have available is we actually provide a service to our surrounding community. We have contracts from Yuma to Yucca, where we are serving as the lab for those communities. Be honest, we're not making a huge amount of profit, but we're recovering most of the costs, and it does have an annual revenue. And we're able to serve those other communities to the tune of over 1,000 samples per year to help other communities meet their compliance requirements. Now, we're not doing necessarily process for them because, again, we can't get those results to them as fast as they would need them to make system adjustments, but we are making sure they stay in compliance with Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. So with that was just a background. Last slide is just a thank you for listening to me. I did not anticipate this starting at 10:18. However, if you guys have any questions about the lab specific, I'll be happy to answer them. I'll stay up here for afterwards. But Mr. Cummings is going to give you a presentation about the actual project at this point.
Yeah, thank you. Well, let's take Mr. Cummings, and then he'll stay around. And then after Mr. Cummings gives his presentation, then we'll be able to get questions from both.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. Promise this will go kind of fast, okay? This new project is called the new laboratory building, as Tim mentioned. This aerial view kind of shows where the current building is, and it's within the Mulberry Treatment Facility to your left. And then to the right is where we're proposing building this new lab building. So this is all one parcel, even though it kind of looks stand off to the side. It's all one parcel. What I'd like to mention about this piece of property or this particular area is that it's ideal for all the utilities. All the utilities are out front. And as a matter of fact, we've brought all those utilities in already using city forces. So we really wanted to look at cost savings. So we cleared and grubbed this site and brought in the water department, brought in the water service and the fire line, and wastewater brought in the site sewer, this lot. So this is a picture of the lab we'd like to build. The address is 360 Cypress Drive because it's actually off Cypress. The current building that they're using right now is off Mulberry. So this is, we really wanted to make sure that this building kind of fit the residential neighborhood, if you will. Using the sandstone type colors, really kind of, we didn't really want it looking Jetsons to speak in a residential type neighborhood. So this will have a paved parking lot, parapet roofs, ADA accessible. And then what's unique about this particular building is that it has two entrances. So you have your main entrance that goes in, and then you have a second entrance that are key card accessible. And the reason for that is working with our lab technicians, they really want to keep the people dropping off the samples separate from actually coming into the lab and potentially exposing their day-to-day work. So you're going to be able to walk into the front and you're going to be able to drop off your sample. They may have a refrigerator there, label it however they do business, and then simply walk back out. Lab technicians can come through that second door, get what they need, and go back into the lab. That's not the case right now where they're currently working. They have to be dropped off in the lab. The bathrooms open up to the lab. It's just not really conducive to the amount of work, like Tim mentioned, that they are doing now. So anyways, I just wanted to show you kind of this example. So the purpose, better serve and meet regulatory compliance, improve working conditions and safety for the employees, room to grow the lab over time. Currently, they're in about 1,200 square feet right now. This is about 2,300 square feet, so it's almost double. Water and wastewater testing requirements are increasing. Additional testing may be required in the future, so we're talking about growth here. And lastly, they just simply they've outgrown the existing building altogether. So this project consists of constructing a approximately 2,300 square foot new laboratory building and site work with a paved parking lot. The low bid came in from TR Orr out of Kingman at $1,517,282. The schedule is 150 days or 5 months. That's really aggressive. But I was assured that they can get that done in the 5 months. So we can meet the end of the fiscal year and get this actually built. And lastly, anticipated completion is right around July of 2026, if we start soon. And with that, if you have any questions, I will definitely take those.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cummings. We'll start with Councilmember Lynn, I think, who has a question for Mr. Kellett.
I have two questions. My first question, I'm going to go back to the building. So I'm super excited about this. We've been talking about this since, I don't know, when I first got on council back in 2011, like a long time. But the question that I have, this is just the building of it. What is the cost are we looking at to equip this lab? Because I know I remember asking Mark Clark years ago about this, and he kind of rolled his eyes like, don't ask that question. So I'm just curious, because just because we approve this, we're still going to have to approve what it's going to be to equip this. Do we have a cost?
We have a cost. We're budgeted for $1.1 million. That additional cost is going to come out of projects that either came under budget or projects that we haven't quite, or maybe we're not there to build yet.
If I may, I think it's a different question you're asking. You're asking about the actual equipment and stuff moving
Everything
over.
in there to make it running.
So there are pieces of equipment that maybe need to be replaced that are included in this bid. For example, the fume hood. You can't pick up the fume hood and move it. Plus, we're not sure that the one that we have is meeting the exact needs that we have. Those kind of costs that are hardwired and built into the sides are already part of this particular project. A lot of the equipment they've been replacing over the years. So while the facility itself is kind of outdated, things like the incubators, things like the refrigerators, those are coming over. We did look at equipping the entire lab, and that's not what we're going to need to do in this. We got ranges from anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000. the majority of equipment we're bringing over. The big ticket item actually really is the fume hood. Those can range all over the place, but that's now a part of this particular project. So it's a good question because we thought the same thing. We need to account for all these other things. We're pulling as many things as we can from the old one that meet it. I will say one of the things we're going to probably have to replace is the autoclave. I believe it's from the 1980s, but that's probably one of the ones we're going to have to replace. But other stuff is built into this, like the dishwasher. The commercial dishwasher is a part of the project.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had all those numbers out there. And then the second thing is, you had talked about that we work with other agencies that we
water
contract with them.
systems?
Yeah. So I know back in the day when ASU was here, we were going to do some things with them. Is there any other availability to start working with other agencies? I don't know who we're currently working with. Like I think there was with CRIT, with my gosh, I don't know.
One of my favorites is Buckskin Sanitation because I happen to run into them almost every time I'm there to check in on the lab, see how everything's going. It's Buckskin as an example. We've done things for EPCOR in the past under contract. So other opportunities, it really becomes a logistics issue. There's only so many within the area we can help. You're not going to send a sample from Prescott to us when you're passing 3 labs on the way. So it's really, we're kind of getting the amount of community we can help.
Okay.
But we're definitely open to additional things. The problem that we run into is we only have 3 staff and they're processing 1,500 samples a month between 3.
Okay.
We at some point would then have to explore, now that we do have the bigger space, we have the increased sampling requirements. Now you're talking about more staff, more equipment. So yes, but there's a caveat to that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moses, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was going to ask, what did you do to Mayor to make you go last after all that?
I work in public works. We always go last.
Oh, okay. Jeez, Cal.
Yeah. That's yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Yeah. No, I love that, like Michelle, I love that this is finally coming to fruition. I had the opportunity to tour the Scottsdale treatment plant and go through their water testing lab and all that stuff. And I'm looking at all that. I'm like, well, we got a real nice double wide that we do all the same scientific stuff. Because it is impressive, the amount of technology that it goes into testing and making sure our water is safe. And so this is a public safety matter, just like anything else. And I love that we're finally getting a nice professional working environment for that and to make sure that everything is accurate and so that we can, sleep easy at night knowing that our residents are protected and have clean water. So thank you so much for bringing this and trying to be as fiscally responsible as possible.
Any other questions or comments before we open the public hearing? Yeah, Vice Mayor Diaz.
And just for everyone out there, that this money has already been allocated in the CIP for the 25-26, so it's not new funding. And then what are we going to do with the old double wide as he says?
It actually used to be a belt room where they had the old belts for different motors and stuff they were going through. The redesign of that room is something we're going to consider once we determine what availability we can actually use that space for. Right now, we need to understand the condition of it after it's been used by a lab. Like Brent had mentioned, it currently opens into the men's room. The first option would probably be looking at it is how do we keep more storage items there, things out of the sun, because everything in the sun here dies during the summer. But that's going to be evaluated afterwards and come back probably as a future CIP project for an improvement at Mulberry Plant itself.
This is a nice upgraded asset for Lake Havasu. Thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to address the City Council on this item? Just make your way to the podium, state your name for the record.
Emiliano Torres, resident. I'll just keep it simple. Great. A revenue source that's not related to tourism. Perhaps we could actually do work where people send work to us instead of us sending work to them. Great. I love hearing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
You're 1.5 million, is that correct right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that what the utilities already there?
So
who paid for those?
No, that's all part of the site plan as well. So
all the underground work is done.
It will be done.
Charged off to something else or charged to this project?
No, so when we're talking utilities, our guys, our city staff brought them in from the road into the right of way. So they're already established in the right of way, ready to go for TROR to come in. And they'll take those utilities and they'll bring them to the building.
Was that labor and material that you've charged already get charged into this project? Or is it something?
It's all inclusive, yes. 'Cause so
Inclusive,
we have a construction budget, and then part of that is the site plan too. So we have to do the site plan as well.
You're going to recover those financial dollars, the labor and the material that you already put into the underground against this project, right?
I mean,
The city's not going to just eat it up, right?
yeah.
Well, we are the city.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, we're the utility on the city. So in-house labor is
Do
going to
those
take
costs
care
get
of.
rolled into the project?
No, they're what
But they are related to the project.
related to the project. Yes.
Oh, it's got to come out of something, right? Why wouldn't it be included? It's the old engineer, right? Why wouldn't it be included in the total cost of the project, right?
We did that.
Labor and the material should get charged back to the project, right?
We've done it in the house so that we could save, so that we can meet the budget figures that we have to get the
I
project.
understand that, Mr. Mayor, I get it. But you still expend the labor and the material, right?
Yes.
So why wouldn't that roll back into the project? Why would you charge those labor and material dollars back into the project, or you don't do it that way?
We don't do it that way, but
Okay, all right.
yeah, our finance team can provide it, and it's very
We
clear.
used to do work on projects, capital projects. If I had mechanics doing it, we charge the labor and the material back into the project and relieve my budget rather than having me have to pay for it. Okay, I get it. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the city council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council for.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Knudsen.
I know it's late, but I think this is an important aspect if I can. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Pelec Fernando was our city employee for many, many years. He unexpectedly passed away just a couple months ago, and it's still a hard thing for us to understand and swallow and to accept. Dr. Fernando worked at the existing water lab for 20 plus years. He created the process and trained the staff and created what we have over there. It was his desire, his dream, to someday for the city to construct this water lab. So I say that with a heavy heart, and the fact that we miss you, Pelec, but also to mention the fact that there's some conversations in terms, I think it'd be very appropriate for the city to name this water lab, Pelec Fernando Water Lab. And so I want to kind of put that on the record. We don't have a big process tied to that, but I think we can all agree that this is the most appropriate naming that we could probably ever come up with right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, okay.
Motion?
Oh, we have two, okay. Yeah, would you like us to wrap up the naming of it? No? All right.
I plan to make the request if that's okay.
All right.
I move to award the bid for the new laboratory building project to TR Or Inc. in the amount of $1,517 and $282, and naming it the Fernando Pelec Water Lab.
Make a second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Moses, a second from Vice Mayor Diaz. Any additional discussion? We are ready to vote. Councilmember Dolan?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right, well, item 8 is our call to the public. This is where citizens have the opportunity to address the city council on items within the jurisdiction of Lake Havasu City that are not on the agenda. We didn't have anyone sign up, but if anyone would like to address this as a call to the public, please make way to the podium and state your name for the record.
I walked to the city council meeting tonight because I really do enjoy walking a mile and a half, and it took me an hour and a half to walk here because I'm slow and disabled. And tonight I used my hiking poles, and as I was walking, I noticed like I've walked this way a few times over the last couple of years, and on the Daytona Wash or Mulberry Wash right there on not Swanson. The street before Swanson, that's behind the big giant building.
Magnolia?
I got a picture on my
Magnolia?
phone. You have a crosswalk that has been designated as And I just want to recommend that the crosswalk gets repaired. A lovely young lady noticed me walking and actually walked with me. Like, that was the nicest thing on the planet. And she was telling me her son is out there often, and she has to remind him to be safe because the crosswalk doesn't work and people may hit him. So I just like to bring that up.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address City Council during call to the public? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the call to the public. Item 9, are there any current events, any current council committee reports? Item 10, our future meetings. Our next meeting is Thursday, January 22nd, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. We'll have our planning session. And then on Tuesday, January 27th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. will be our next regular meeting. Item 11, are there any future discussion items? Item 12, we are adjourned. Be kind and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Yes.